sure. I did, I did make an unintentional pun there. Is he sure? Now I understand with these rules, you actually have to contact the ball if you're touching it, don't you? Or like the two-shot rules, you can play away and not actually touch it.
Yeah,
It counts as a contact.
if you're touching ball,
Oof.
yeah, if you're touching ball, you have to play away. The ball that you're touching can't move, and it basically counts as you already hitting the ball, so you can pretty much do anything you want after that.
Oh, okay, so it is the same as two-shot.
Yeah, yeah. So you might just see Adam push this 8 ball over the corner pocket in his first shot.
That would be his free shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's doing it. He's just going to go for the finish from the looks of it. So he's not using the free shot. So I'm a bit surprised at that.
He's ended up in the middle of two balls, but still with a cut down the rail.
It's a pretty basic error there from Adam, because he could just nudge the 8, towards the side rail over the pocket. He doesn't have to then play position, and he can leave himself at half of the table closer to the ball he just potted. So he should still get these, but it's
Nudge,
tricky.
nudge. Mwah.
Yeah, he's just about got away with that.
He hasn't just about got away with it, he has gotten away with it. Although we will find out when he plays the shot. Well, he's asked for his extension, and I'm not surprised. You do get one a frame, as I said before, and it's a wise time to use it.
Yeah, last year we played with 40 seconds, but not in the first round because we had technical issues with the clock in the arena. But this year it's been made to 30 seconds.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Well controlled.
Didn't touch the black, so he's ended up with pure position on it.
It's pretty cool that the spectators can see the clock as well.
Oh, I love it. Catches the jaw but goes in, so that's the first frame. Got one messenger sound to tell me you've got a message. So yeah, just fire your messages in, folks. We do have a separate screen that shows the chat, so we can answer your questions as they come in. Myself and Simon Singleton would have happy to assuage you, so to speak. A little. No, that's good. Just leave it to Simon. Mop up the mess I've made.
You're fiddling around with the shot right here. Looks like he's never used one before.
Nah, stuff that.
He's got rid of it.
Just use the normal rack.
And to be fair, with this new cloth, you don't really need the shot rack. It'll split pretty well without.
Do you reckon he'll try it again? Or do you think he'll
I'll give him some stick about that because he uses it on the 9 foot, so no excuse.
This is not a 9-foot table, though. I'll just point out the obvious.
So let's see where he's going to break from.
Pretty much the centre, isn't it?
I think for the first sort of 45 minutes of this match, Neil's just got to try and stay in it and give himself a chance, because once he...
Go down, you dirty rats.
He's been practicing down in Bowie's, which is completely different to these tables. not just the cloth, the table itself. The pockets are super tight on the 7 foots down there, so it may just take him a little while to adjust and get his flow on, get used to the table and the speed. So if you can just first half of the match before the midway session, the half time session, if he can just keep himself in the match, I'm sure he'll be a lot stronger in the second half.
Well, players, I do believe, get an hour. Every hour they get a break, don't they?
No, I think we're just having one break at an hour and a half. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So another dry break. Two dry breaks out of two.
Used his extension already, has he?
I'm not sure if that's... No, I doubt that he would have used his extension. I think that might just be a mistake. Because the first shot when you come to the table, you get 60 seconds anyway.
Okay. I just saw it change from green to red.
Yeah, that's because whoever's on the controller would have pressed it for that initial minute for the first shot.
Ah, okay.
So a lot of this technology is new to us, so
yeah, so
a few hiccups, I'm sure. But
if you end up with issues with that shot clock, then be rest assured that we're doing our best to rectify it.
So what's Alan going to do with the 8 here? Is he going to just try and leave the double, or is he going to try and extract it?
Extract it.
In it now. Oh, that's a good shot. Look at that.
Well, that's a hell of a lot better than it was. It is actually now potable into that middle pocket. The issue he's got now is with where he's left the yellow, the one next to the red now. It probably does pot. Small white ball, these generally do pot, but you have to be so exact in where you leave that cue ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. This is tough. Is he going to try and double kiss the yellow in? Yeah.
Well, that's what he tried to do. But where he's left the top of those two yellows, it actually makes it harder for him to get to the bottom one. He has to be quite close to that bottom rail.
So I think if I was Neil here, I'd be sitting this red on the bottom left, just over the yellow, to cut off the potting angle. But it's not in Neil's nature to play like that. He'll want to.
He's a get at whack sort of person, isn't he?
We never ended up being able to have a session of black ball, me and Neil. We had good intentions to have a couple of practice sessions, but it's a bit difficult living 3 hours apart and work and other commitments. It never actually happened. He did beat me last week though in our Super League in Dunedin.
Oh, okay.
A little bit unlucky there.
No, he's absolutely run into a horrible place there. Give him full marks for the effort though. The shot clock, by the way, as you can see, isn't syncing properly at the moment, so ignore that for the moment.
It's working in the arena though. Yeah, it's working in the arena.
Just not on the stream.
And let us know as well if you're watching, can you actually hear the beeps as well? Can you hear the 10? So we have a 10-second warning, and then at 5 seconds we have 5 beeps down to 0. So can you hear that on stream? It's pretty loud. I can hear it from here.
Well, we're not sitting that far away from it, are we? But yeah, it needs to be loud. Oh, he's had a massive mow at those 3 balls. Don't sit there. Oh, you dirty rat.
Quite smooth that was a great set.
No, it wouldn't have, because he potted the ball. One rail.
Not deliberate foul, you have to
I love that. I absolutely love it. I reckon because it makes players actually go for shots.
Too loud. That's interesting.
What are you talking about? I was Oh, he's fluffed it. Real no doubt's going to go at his balls. You can see him looking at them intently like they're about to try and kill his family.
Yeah, he'll just play the red onto the yellow and... Oh, he's taking the white.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
You can do that. You can request the cue ball behind the bulk line. You still get your free shot if you do that. Music's too loud. Well, evening to all of you from the UK as well. I believe you guys are what, 11 or 12 hours behind us? It's just after 10 AM here in New Zealand. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. Go get some of that. Used his free shot quite brilliantly there. He's cleared everything out of the way. Now all he's got to do is be sure he pots and remains in position.
It's a good shot.
That's excellent use of the rail as well. You see players will use the rails whenever they need to get position on balls.
Whenever this runs, the better. Bit tricky here. Bit awkward.
Well, the cue ball's tracking naturally towards that yellow, closest to the cue ball, isn't it?
I think it's probably going in between. Oh, he's checked it up a
Straightened
little bit.
it up, yeah. This will be a testy wee black first up. No problems. No problems. Squared at one.
It was young, wasn't it? This year, with 6 of the players returning, obviously Adam Shaw has been involved from the start. I'm expecting this to be
Yeah, it was all new, wasn't it? Black ball rules is still in its nascent stages in New Zealand, but at least we've got more than 1 year of having played them, and players will be more au fait, shall I say, with those rules. Especially if they've been playing two-shot, because there are similarities between two-shot and black ball rules, but trying to transition from our native rules, our chartered club rules, to two-shot and then to black ball, that's quite difficult because they're so different. But thankfully in Dunedin you guys don't play a lot of chartered club stuff, do you? You play a lot of two-shot and sometimes black ball, but not a lot of chartered clubs.
so two-shot and
yeah,
and WPA 8-ball. Big break from Adam. Chosen Reds.
didn't get the bump he wanted on second red there. The one next to the bulk line,
a little bit too much.
yeah. The one next to the bulk line goes, so no doubt he'll be eyeing that up.
Big shot.
Oh, he needed a wee kiss off that other red. That would have been fantastic.
He's leaving left Neil a pretty open table here, so I would expect Neil to be running these out under normal circumstances, especially as he's on pretty much his only awkward yellow first.
Yeah, the one that's blocked off to the corner hole, isn't it?
Ooh.
Oh, how's he missed that?
Ooh. Early in the morning.
You reckon
Yeah,
he just
he'd be-
jabbed
he'd
at
be-
it
he'd be
slightly?
disappointed with that. He was hampered with his bridge hand, but still would have expected Neil to make that.
Maybe he took it too quickly. Sometimes players do that, they kind of rush.
No, there's still the players have got to adjust to the shot clock pressure as well. 30 seconds. It's not as long as you think. It goes pretty quick, especially with the buzzer at 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, the buzzer's quite off-putting if you're not used to it, because you're not used to something beeping in your ear when you try and focus on the shot, and then you get down to 5 seconds and it's every second after that. It's boop, boop, boop. You just think, oh, shut up and let me play my shot.
And it does sound pretty loud as well. I know that he's at the moment. I'm sure when you get like crowd noise and people chanting and cheering, then you'll need the buzzer to be loud.
Well, yeah, players need to be able to hear it as much as they do video. But yeah, just after 11 in the UK, it's great to see you guys watching it so late in the evening. But you guys... Oh, really?
Well, we are at 11.
What level lockdown are they in the UK?
Who knows?
I don't really want to get into that, but...
So Adam's took his extension here. He's taking his time on this one. I think he's just trying to figure out where he wants to put the black. A few options. Keep it simple. Drop it in the middle. So the middle pockets are quite tight.
He's going to ask for the rack to be removed. Because that corner of the rack is right where the cue ball is going to track.
He'll probably just move it himself, can't he? Just to shift it an inch or two.
This counts towards his playing time as well.
The clock stops. The clock stops for this.
Does it?
Yeah.
Gee, that's a bit agricultural. He just picked the ball up and plonked it back down.
Do what he wants. He's the referee in that situation.
But the other player is.
Yeah.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
No, it didn't matter anyway. Oh, thank you, Baden. Baden was just explaining to us that is... I know it sounds extremely obvious, but you don't get that first one, you don't get a chance, really, do you?
You've got to take your chances at this level.
Making sure you get that first ball is... Well, it's key, but it's a slightly different mental process, isn't it? It shouldn't be, everything should be the same, but making sure of that first ball is so key to unlocking the rest of the frame, and it does mean that you have to think about it slightly differently.
There's a nice control break from Neil, and he's got really good splits without the short rack, as you can see. But I don't think he never really got close to the ball going in. We can't hear you clearly when the music goes on loud. Oh, okay, Daniel. So that's we're just playing around with the music in between frames.
That's probably by design as well, Dan.
Ooh, so Adam with a mistake there.
The balls stay in the jaws. They don't actually draw and go in so much.
Yeah, so we haven't got Darryl here at the moment. He's around in the arena somewhere, but I do believe that the slate is slightly deeper on this table compared to last year. So I think it's about 4 mils deeper or something, so the pockets will play a little bit tighter. It's not something that I noticed last night when I had a practice, it was just something I was told. I'll get Darryl to confirm that when I see him.
Amazing how 4mm can make such a difference.
That's the misses.
But on a pool table, it actually makes so much difference because it is a game of millimetres.
Well, especially with a shot like that, at that sort of pocket where you just catch the jaw and then... Yeah, so Neil's opted to go yellows here. Maybe he's eyeing up that skill shot if he can't get in behind the yellow in the bottom left.
One shot he could play now if he wanted to was that yellow bottom right corner, but he's instead going...
He's got a bit too much angle. Neil, a bit too much angle on that one.
Bit of nerves early, you reckon? Or he's just a bit cold, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's sounding like we're making excuses for him, but we are trying to figure out perhaps why he's underperforming at the moment.
Just a couple of early mistakes can happen. Just got to settle down into the arena, the match, the conditions. $1,000 entry for this event.
Oh yeah, that too. Fair bit of money sloshing around in this.
No section play, no 2 lives. It's this is your final straight away, 10 a.m. on a Friday morning.
Just get in and get it done. I do love the format though. I think it's great for cutthroat polls, so and you can tell as well, like the players, the way they approach the table, the professionalism. You don't get that as much with perhaps tournaments where you still have a second chance. Maybe you take stuff for granted, or you don't put as much preparation into the event, but all the players have been putting a fair bit of practice in it, and it will show. I've said that as Adam's missed that, but
yeah, just the buzzer were going off again there just as he played that shot, so again maybe that had a little effect. So there's a lot of, you know, the guys watching in the UK, for example, you know, they'll be used to watching events like this pretty much every other weekend, and the players that are playing are used to playing in these conditions, but this is all pretty new to us with shot clocks and timers and
he didn't want to do
the
that.
arena and all that, so might just take the and these guys never played last year, so it just might take them a little while to just adjust and get the concentration levels up and just to get in the zone. There's quite a lot going on in the arena around them.
Well, it will be worse, or there will be more going on later on, so they should probably be counting themselves lucky that it's quite early. But then you get to the later games, like your matches last, Simon, and the whole place will be buzzing. It'll be absolutely humping, and you'll have a full round of spectators watching you, plus hopefully hundreds watching online. So you're going to have to take that into account. But you're used to that, aren't you? These guys maybe not so much.
I don't know. I don't really try not to think about it. Just focus on the game and the table.
I've just put that into your head now, haven't I? Good thing that you've got a while before your match starts then.
Good putt from Adam there. I don't know if he was trying to play the cannon on the other red. He sort of let the white run away from him a little bit, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Just wondering if he'll he'll be aiming to go in between the black and the yellow on the rail and just then come into the line of the shot for the red in the centre.
UK World Q Sports asking who's commentating. That's a fair question. I am John Saundercock, but people nickname me The Voice, and we've got Simon the Postman Singleton next to me. Simon will be playing in the last game today, which starts at 8:30 PM New Zealand time, or 9:30 AM on Friday UK time.
Got into that one. He's got into that.
I'm not playing, I'm just the designated commentator for this event, and I'll be joined by a revolving circus of other players, or co-commentators, should I say.
Where's the cue ball?
Get good. Get good.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll
Shot John Virgo.
We'll take that.
You reckon he'll be looking to kill the white ball into the yellow here? Or he's going the other way? Oh, fantastic. Put a bit of inside English on it too to avoid the in-off.
3-1
Played that
to Adam.
magnificently. Simon knows you.
Oh, Mark, yeah. Hey, mate. Yeah, so Mark just shares a lot of the streams around and from our school, from all over the world.
Evening, mate. How goes it this fine evening? Hope you guys in the UK are enjoying the fact that it's starting to get warmer over there as well. You're heading from spring into summer. So we're going in the other direction. We're going from autumn into winter.
How many viewers do we have?
No idea.
to Adam. A couple of missed chances for Neil. Adam's taken advantage at the second attempt in those frames.
So important for Neil here to just
Yeah, he just needs
wipe
to
the
settle
slate
down.
clean.
Yeah, settle down. Sometimes, I mean, there's a couple of ways to look at it. If you free one down, and you've had chances, then you're probably a little bit happier than if you free one down and you haven't had a shot. So Neil will be happy that he's at least getting to the table and just got to right those mistakes.
Yes, let's go, brother love. Do you reside in Palmy? Do you, Nessa? Yeah, he's on second match. So the one after this one will be Brother Love versus Adam Lilly.
He's got options here, Adam. He can go reds or yellows, open table. The red in the centre of the yellows is the issue if he goes reds.
Still think reds are the better set. Just needs to negotiate that difficult one.
He's played that really well.
He's actually given himself a choice here between those two reds, and they
Well, he
were
wants
both difficult before that as well.
He's going to cut this one into the corner down here and send the white across and extract the other red, and then he should leave himself. Well, he'll leave himself a shot for sure. So
Well, this is a great shot of the shot, so to speak.
yeah, he probably wanted to hit the red and not the yellow there. He's just not got just a little bit too high on the white ball.
Well, say that it's on. They're both on, but
he's,
they're more
available
difficult
in the middle
than he
now,
wanted
isn't
them
it?
to be.
Depends how much angle he's got here. And he's got awkward queuing as well, and he's got time pressure.
He's going to ask
all
for an
sorts going on.
extension, I'd say.
Yeah, this is quite a delicate shot though. If he leaves himself straight on the red, then it's a pretty straightforward clearance. But if he doesn't do that, then it can get a bit complicated. He's played this pretty well. That's not bad.
Pretty well. I'd be ecstatic with that.
Yeah, he is the wrong side. He's gone slightly too far, so I don't think he can get to the red at the bottom as you
Down
can see it
table.
now. I think he has to go down table. I'm not sure he can get enough topspin on this and go through the yellow here, so he's going to have to. But that shouldn't be a problem.
He'll be trying it anyway. I reckon he'll.
No, I think
play
he's
through
coming
this.
out. He's not playing through. He's coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. A little bit careless. He's just the wrong side again. Another 6 inches. If he leaves it straight, he's fine. Natural angle's running away.
If he can delay the side, you play this and delay the side to perhaps enough to miss those two yellows.
Can't do that with a small white on this
Not
clock.
with a small. No.
So he's got to come off the side rail.
That's fine. It's on, and if he can stun into the rail again, this is a long shot and not as easy, but
I just got to cue it in. He doesn't have to do anything with a white ball really. It's natural. It'll come back out towards the centre table. Bottom of the white.
Kirk.
He just put a bit of side on that he didn't need. You can just see the white spinning. It's just thrown it into the 8.
Maybe the side was to help him with the pot. This still cuts, by the way, I do believe. This big white ball maybe not so much, but the small white ball, yes. You see the 8 ball was staring at the white going past, like, don't hit me, don't hit me. 4 frames to 1, Adam Shaw leads, and gee, only a few millimetres either way, and that could have been ruined.
A good break and clear there.
Yeah, catch you later, Mark. Thanks for tuning in, and thank you for sharing the stream. Hopefully we've got some night owls who will watch it, people who are maybe night shift workers or people who have funny sleep schedules. This one's for you guys.
Let's see if Neil changes his break here. He's not made a ball yet. His first couple of breaks. He needs a ball, he needs a bit of table time. Big frame coming up. So he's going centre again.
Do you think he's going to be cueing it differently, maybe?
Well, he cued the last one really well, but the balls just didn't track towards the pockets, so...
Middle bag,
Good
no.
split. It looks dry.
Ooh, the yellow marrying up with the white.
Yeah, so that's...
Cuts off more than half the table.
Yeah, not too bad, because yellow's the best set, so... If, I don't think Adam's got a shot at the yellow here, he's only got the red.
He's railroaded him into the reds here, hasn't he?
Yeah. Which...
Press ganged him into playing reds. Yeah, no, it's a good song, Jonathan. I approve. Morning, John. Good to have you tuning in. It's good to have anyone tuning in at this stage. Grateful for every single viewer that we get. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbours. Mike Burley is not pitching a perfect game into the 9th inning, but this is about as good as.
So the beeps there, it's getting pretty close to...
What's the ball and play rule in this game?
Nah, there isn't. If it's a few seconds go by and then it just gets replaced anyway.
Because you have to call a ball and play in Chartered Club, otherwise if it drops it stays down.
If this drops now it just gets replaced.
Ooh, a bit of help maybe would have been nice there.
He's actually landed alright here, Neil, because if the yellow passes for the back double, then he's that's an option.
Plus that red that the cue ball's next to, right?
Maybe it doesn't though. Maybe it's not quite on. It'd be good for Neil to just pot a few balls, get a bit of table time. He definitely could do with another frame on the board.
Well, he's been sat in his chair, hasn't he? And you don't win games sat in your chair.
And he's missed his last 2 pots before this frame. A couple of chances.
Well, it's to feel the ball, that feeling of the ball going in the pocket, isn't it? That's what you miss when you get to the table and you're unsuccessful, and then you start to think, oh, this game's a lot harder than it should be. I think he was hoping for that double and then maybe the red to drop as well.
I think there was just a bit of time pressure there and he just was a bit rushed in the end.
Be a good time to remind him that he's got an extension, I suppose. Pretty sure he already knows though, it's just to know when to use it.
The finish is on again here for Adam. He's going to have a tough shot in the middle. He's just got to drop. He's going to play the red at the bottom left. Or he's going to go the other way. So I'd play the red. I'd play the red the bottom left and then drop the red in the middle, and then the clearance is on. He's going to start with the double instead, which is pretty good.
I think that's the right choice for mine. Get that hard one out of the way. You're always going to get position off it. If you do miss, then the table's not easy for Neil. It's not quite a free shot, but there's a bit of latitude that you've got with it. It's a lovely little skiddy rail, that, isn't it? He's used that beautifully with the side. He didn't put full side on it. He almost kind of punched it with side.
He's landed a bit awkward here. He's right in between the 2 balls.
The bottom one of the 2, you reckon, and just kiss off the yellow?
Yeah, he's looking at that. He just came around and looked at that.
And just kiss off the yellow like that. Lovely.
Yeah,
just needs to watch.
Just top spin. Just got to watch out for the white spreading towards that corner pocket. But it does. It's a natural angle with top spin just to come around 2 rails to the bottom rail.
You watch the snap as well.
Looks like he's hitting low on the white.
Yeah, he's hitting low, so he's going to come off the rail, miss the yellow, well played. Yeah, because if you play that with top spin, then it depends on when it snaps, doesn't it? It's like a snap. It's when it changes direction. If it snaps too late, then it hits the yellow and ruins it. But if it snaps early, it misses the yellow and you're fine. But he didn't want to introduce that risk into the shot, did he? If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not talking in another language, am I? Morena, Francis. That's a wee bit awkward.
Yeah,
Should be
still get this.
fine.
They are quite tight, these middle pockets though, so it's got to... Definitely don't want to be catching that near Joe.
We'll also find out whether it will drift in or not.
No, there's not really a nut.
Yeah,
Go for the far jaw.
Yeah, not playing it at that pace, it won't.
Yeah, so careless shot, the shot before that from Adam, not getting sort of 6, 7, 8 inches closer. Neil needs this, it's a big let off. Similar shot to the one he missed a couple of frames ago, this. Yeah,
I think he might have heard you as well, Simon.
Yeah, just like just throwing his arm into that a little bit. Just not cued it very well.
Yeah, and he'll be audibly groaning after that too, because he knew that was the chance. Adam's not going to miss that twice, and takes that to go 5-1 up. Be mine tonight. Bit of New Zealand music spinning for you.
Got multitasking.
Is Holly coming with you?
Yep.
Oh, there's Log Dog. Is that Arian?
Yeah.
The pure blood. Arian, the pure blood. Hope you guys are enjoying a bit of Kiwi music before we hook into the 7th frame.
5-1 Adam Shaw. So Neil's had chances in at least 3 of the frames. So he'll be a little bit disappointed. He needs something to get him going here. Doesn't help if you're dry braking as well, which Neil's done so far, so you just don't get that momentum. Adam dry broke in the first frame, but had 2 good breaks since. This
is dry.
Could be dry, yeah.
I tell you what, both players have absolutely poleaxed the brake as well. There's been no safety braking or 70-80% brakes. They've both gone full bore at it.
Good chance for Neil here if he can just drop this yellow in the middle. Tough first shot. If he can just drop this yellow in, there you go, yeah.
Oh, you're an expat Kiwi there, Jonathan. Yeah, you do actually. Well, you've got one dude here who knows a little bit about New Zealand culture, I'd imagine. You've been living here long enough, Simon. And I'm full Kiwi, so I can definitely help you with that one, bro.
What's he going to do here? He needs to get low on this, low or high, he needs to get, whichever way you want to call it, but he needs to get to the top side of the yellow on the rail, I think. Or he's going to go the other way.
Oh, you were talking about getting it nearer the rail.
Yeah. So you see how he's got the right side of the ball? Because otherwise the white would be running into the red on the rail, so he's played a good shot there. Needs to control the pace here off the rail. It looks like he's done that really well.
Needs to be careful of that red.
He just wants to get in between the black and the red.
To the rail. Should be okay though.
He's going across.
He is.
Yeah, I think I would have tried to get onto the one on the right first.
I reckon that's what he was trying to do, but he just overhit it.
I don't know. I think he would have screwed back if he was.
And conversely, he's underhit it for the other yellow, because had he been the other side of the other yellow, that would have been a more natural shot.
Big shot this, he was leaving an open table. Oh, he's cued that beautifully.
Oh, that's lovely.
Neil Wally's
back.
Absolutely
lovely.
So just play this top of the white, go across the table twice again.
Full Kiwi.
There you go, that's more like it, Neil.
That's the Neil Wally. There he is. Come on. I know biases are for lawn bowls, but come on.
There you go.
Yeah, you're talking about the accent there, aren't you? Kiwi and proud. Full Kiwi as opposed to full Kiwi, as in an idiot bird as opposed to 100% Kiwi. That song, by the way, was Clubfoot by Kasabian, if any of you are interested. There's a bit of a historical link for that band name as well. Linda Kasabian, one of Charles Manson's offsiders. It's murderess. Just Google Charles Manson. I'll give you a hand with that one, for those of you who don't know. This is played under black ball rules, Terry. No, that's a fair question. Nothing wrong with that. You're not ignorant at all. I probably didn't mention it earlier, or you tuned in after I did say it, but this is black ball rules.
So Neil made a ball on the break. Is this his first shot?
It's his first shot. Cool. It's his first ball off the break too.
Yeah, first ball off the break. So he's cleared there off Adam's dry break. Now he's made a ball. If he can take a clearance here, then all is forgiven for earlier on. The momentum switches pretty quickly in this game.
It's amazing with these longer races too, how you can actually get yourself into a real groove.
Yeah.
Even if you're behind, you can still build something. It gives you hope that you can come back.
And with Neil being a top snooker player, he's one of the top 3, 4, 5 snooker players in New Zealand. In that game you have a lot of time where you are sat in your chair and your opponent's making big breaks, and you have time to reflect and get your focus back. So although Neil hasn't had much table time, it probably it'll be something that he's familiar with from the other cue sports, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Which of these two reds, I suppose he's answering the question now, but taking the one on the rail last, I'm only thinking that it's an easier ball to get off the black for, just to screw back.
Yeah, probably gone a couple of inches too far there, but he should be okay.
Bit of running English.
Does this go in the top corner? Big pocket?
I would say no. I reckon that yellow in the middle of the table's in his way. Oh, we're about to find out though. He's having a good old mow at it. Nice. Oh, he didn't even touch the yellow. What a great shot.
So one thing with Neil, like obviously I play with him down south quite a lot. We play in the same Super League, we're friends, we play snooker, nine ball, everything. Neil, although he's not a pool player by trade, he's snooker through and through. The way that he maps finishes out is what impresses me the most about Neil. Like, he just sees the right shots and takes finishes the way that I would say is the right way to take them. So he keeps it simple for himself. A lot of top players make it a lot harder than it needs to be. But he just sees the finish the right way, and then obviously he's good enough to execute as well. So you can see there that he made a
great player, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he made an awkward finish really straightforward there, just by taking the balls in the right order.
And you could see there before the camera cut back, Neil's partner is starting to become more animated as well. So it's one thing that happens as well. If you've got support crew and you start to get a few frames, they start to get into it as well, and you start to feel that wave coming. It's what It's what you definitely saw with Adam Lilly last year against Des, when
Yeah.
Adam Lilly was something like 8 frames behind and Des was on the hill. Adam started to piece a few frames together, and all of a sudden the room
Momentum
started
changes,
to rise for him.
A big break from Adam. Good break again, made a ball, but he just lost the white ball a little. So he's got an awkward first shot. Doesn't matter that he's potted a ball off the break, it's open table, so he has to pot to be on a set here, to establish a set.
And he doesn't have to nominate either,
No,
so
not
he
to
can
nominate.
he can pot a red and a yellow, or play a red and pot a yellow.
Nothing easy here. What's he gonna...
So yeah, the sets are null and void at this point. It's all about potting a ball.
And this first shot after the break's the only shot where you get 60 seconds. After that it's only 30.
Tell you what, that wasn't even in the same postcode.
It's made it a bit messy though. Can Neil cue the red into the middle and screw the white back and disturb the balls on the rail?
I reckon he can if he gets into
Yeah,
it.
you can.
He'd have to get into
No
it,
easy
but
cueing.
and the fact that the rail is quite close to the white ball means he's going to have to jack up on it, and that introduces more risk into the shot. It's a shot that I personally hate, but then again, that's maybe why I'm not as good as you guys.
I think Neil's taking his extension here. Yeah, so he's played the shot
Oh,
and he's
get
played
it
really
wet,
well.
son.
Not only has he played it well, he's had a right result.
That's what you get too. Whether it's, some people call it luck, but if you actually play the shot the way it's intended to be played, like actually having a go at it, you do get those results. Good morning to both Paul Chivers and Nick Flood 12. Great to have you guys both watching at this hour. Oh,
So again,
it's a
Neil
bit
just
jabby.
rushed. He just was rushed there. He's already used his extension. He heard the beep. And if
Jabs,
you haven't practiced, if the guys haven't practiced with a clock leading into this, I bet a lot of players don't actually know how long it takes them from when they get down on the shot to when they actually physically hit the line.
depends. Yeah,
I bet a
on
lot of players don't know.
it depends on your actual pre-shot routine.
I'm
doesn't
talking
it?
about once you actually physically, like if you know that you take 5 seconds once you're down on the shot, then you need to be getting down on the shot before that beat goes off, otherwise you're going to be rushed.
Yeah, and then
So it's
all
just
of a
about
sudden
knowing your own game.
all of a sudden the adrenaline starts to go up, and you don't want that. I was about to say before, in reference to the shot that Neil played that he missed, jabs are for nurses, not pool players. Always going to
left-handed.
playing it
Ronnie
cack-handed,
style,
okay.
Left-handed, extracting the yellow. Oh no, he's not. He's just played it up. I thought he might have tried to play into the other yellow.
Play
there
the
and
pl-
just
the
nudge it
cannon.
out, yeah.
Well, he's actually overshot, hasn't
Yeah,
he? He
this-
wanted to be straight on this, because the yellow does go. There's no issue with that yellow next to the red going. It's having the right position on the balls before that to get to it, which he hasn't done. He does have an extension up his sleeve if he wants it. Yeah, he's going to take it now, I'd say. That takes that beep out too, doesn't it? It's not deep into the shot when the beep goes off. He can recalibrate. Yuck.
Get your predictions in, guys, if you're watching. Let's see what you think. Seen 8 frames.
Activity on Facebook regarding predictions for the matches.
About 15 minutes ago, it looked like Adam was going to run away with this match, but
Well, he doesn't have an extension, so he's got to get on his horse here. Oh! And he gets the luck with the
did he
jaw.
pot that off the red? Did he overcut that and pot that off the red? How was the red made?
Yeah, it came off the red. He actually
Wow.
played it into the rail
So that
and
was a
off the
massive
back of the
fluke.
red.
Just fluked it.
I don't think he did fluke it. I reckon he played it that way. I don't think he was trying to cut it without interference from the red. I don't think that shot was really possible. little time pressure, I reckon. I reckon he heard that beat right on the gravy stroke and it ruined it. Massive pain in the bum, isn't it, when you're just about to cue the shot and you hear that beep go off. Can be very off-putting.
Yeah, thanks Terry. Clip the red naturally as passing.
That's a 9-ball type shot, isn't it? That's a shot that you'd play on a 9-ball table. You've got a big pocket.
Good shot, Neil. So Neil looks like he's settled now. Looks a lot more confident at the table. Cueing a lot better.
Keep going, keep going. That's yummy.
There's a lot of people who wrote Neil off in this match and this tournament, especially if you look at the betting and the odds. He's got a bookie this year.
Oh, how about that for position?
He's an absolute machine when he gets in the floor.
You couldn't have placed that cue ball any better. And you did right, Simon, and he's won the last 3 frames to be just one behind. It's 5-4 now.
I still can't figure out how that's gone in. And what's the replay?
It came off the red. Did you not see that?
That's a fluke. He's not played that.
I don't think it was a fluke. I reckon he tried to do that. Or at least he knew it was a possibility and played it knowing that it could happen.
The odds before the match, Adam Shaw was a 1.4 favourite and Neil was $2.80 for this match.
Oh, so $1.40.
$1.40, yeah.
And $2.80.
$2.80, and then for the tournament, I think he started at about 11s, and Adam is 5s for the tournament. So Adam Shaw's the favourite with the bookie to come out of this half of the draw. Which is fair, yeah. I think. He's a fantastic player. He's probably taken over as Canterbury #1 with a small Y, would you say, John, the last couple of years?
Be either Adam Shaw or I reckon Adam Lilly is your #1 in Canterbury on this particular rule set.
Yeah, but is that on reputation or results? Like, has Adam Lilly beat Adam Shaw in the Super League?
Not sure, to be honest. I haven't been watching much of the Super League.
Does Adam Shaw slips under the radar a little bit because he doesn't play as many tournaments as most?
He's not as visible, is he, on the circuit, but he's one of those guys who rise from the deep and attack your ship rather than
He's brilliant.
actually being on the surface where you can see him and attacking your ship.
Like I know more, as much as the locals here. I've won the South Island Pairs with Adam Shaw a couple of years back.
Oh yes, probably be a good time to mention that Adam Shaw's won 4 Canterbury Pairs tournaments, all of those with Adam Lilly, funnily enough, and that Pairs in the South Islands with you.
Yeah, he probably is better at pairs than singles because he's got someone to tell him when to bloody play safe.
Do you really want to stifle his natural potting game though?
No, he's a machine. He's brilliant. It's good to play pairs with as well. I really enjoyed my 2 years playing with Adam. Unfortunately, that's been broken up this year because he can't make Nelson. But I look forward to playing with him again in the future for sure.
Is Simon favourite? Are you the favourite to actually win this event, Simon?
Oh, $2.20, I believe.
I think you still are, and fair enough.
Ridiculously short with the standard of the field, but it's not really something that I think about too much. Just worry about my game.
So that's on reputation and results. We see the results. You're, I wouldn't even say arguably the best small white ball player in New Zealand. You are the best small white ball player in New Zealand.
But in an event like this where you're playing, it's straight knockout and the history shouldn't have any effect, Like just because I won this last year doesn't mean I've just got to turn up this year. I've got to play better than my opponent to win. Like, pool's a funny game. Whoever plays the best usually wins. The reputation doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. And history is always up for revision too, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not taking anything lightly for sure. I'm coming here as focused as I did last year, and I'm going to try my best.
Well, that's a mighty attempt.
Has that gone
double.
in, or has it gone over the pocket?
It's sat near the hole.
Well, Adam's reds are a little bit awkward here. I don't know if he can pop the red at the bottom.
I'm looking at the
in.
cannon.
No, I don't think he can make that in.
I don't think it's on.
Plant's not on either, so
Won't be doing any horticultural there, I wouldn't think. Yeah, no, I don't think it's on, John.
no, I don't think
I saw that first shot, and if the reds are far enough apart, there's maybe a chance, but with the yellow being there, it makes it not on, so to speak.
he's going to have to play some form of containing shot here. I think he's just looking at how he can promote his balls and put the white in a good spot. He's used his extension.
Who is the favourite in this match? That would be Adam Shaw. He's the bookie's favourite.
And I think that's right. I would say Adam Shaw is definitely favourite, but I don't think the odds are the true reflection. I think it's and Adam mentioned this in his little interview last night. I think it's a hell of a lot closer than what the bookie has it at. But
He's pretty much. Did that track into the jaw?
no, I don't think so.
But Adams, in his interview, if you look at it on Facebook, he's pretty much just dismissed all of the odds. He's basically saying they don't really mean anything because they're just opinions of other people.
And he's right, they don't mean anything to the players.
They're like a certain something else
it's
that
great.
everyone has. Everyone's got one.
The
punt was on.
Yeah.
Good shot, John.
Yeah, the odds are good for the spectators to get involved in the event, and matters more when there's money on it and all that sort of thing. But for the players, it doesn't really mean anything. Any one of these 4 games can go either way. That's why these 8 players have been selected. To me, there's whoever wins this event it's never going to be a shock because, like,
They've played that way.
the top player. If Neil Walle wins the event, it's not a shock to me, even though he's the outsider.
Cop, isn't it?
Because if he wasn't good enough, he wouldn't have been invited.
Exactly. Never truer words spoken. Just like Simon. Was that a wee dig there, John? Were you playing off my opinions comment? Damn! Didn't hit it hard enough.
You see there with the top spin how the white he's played that quite firm with a lot of top spin, and the white's just skidded and lost all its speed. So that's something that's very different for all the players
as well.
Like the red and
Oh, that's not nice at all. That's filthy. The yellow
a little bit lucky and a little bit unlucky there.
The yellow cuts into the middle, but that's a nasty leave. This will be a hell of a shot if he makes it.
The big frame for Adam Shaw this as well. It's 5-1 up, cruising. Neil's turned it on the last 3 frames, and Adam's been chasing this frame so far, so I think he's played that really well. Yeah, he's played that well. He's blocked off the 8s covering the red down the bottom. Yeah, that's a well-controlled shot from Neil.
And the yellow that he played blocks the other easy red to pot. It's about the first time we've actually really seen safety in this match, such as the attacking prowess and mindset of both players, as Simon mentioned many times before. Looks like he's going to play off the backside of this yellow here. No, he's playing the double instead.
Again though, just showing how attacking Adam is, and always looking for that big shot, that finish.
Yeah, he was looking at that little redirection off the yellow, much like he played in the previous frame down the rail. Yeah, jam it up. Good shot.
He was going for the pot there, so he's got a little bit fortunate that he's blocked that off, because that can easily just spit out.
But as it is, he's actually missed it by
He's missed it by far enough.
enough to actually sit next to the red and make a nuisance of itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful riposte. You reckon now you'll be taking this on?
Well,
going
Neil's got
full bore at this.
Neil's gonna have a couple of yellows there that he can play some form of extraction if he needs to, or obviously the skill shot. So he'll probably just pop this in the middle first and try and leave himself an angle somewhere. Maybe he thinks he can do it now.
The corner to your left.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Oh yes.
Not sure if he played that like that, but he's had a.
He's get away from the yellow. I think he's fine. I reckon he is. That's now far enough away. That angle's not going to tell you, but he's down to it straight away.
I don't think he had to swerve it a little bit there with right hand side. So this, he should have the natural angle here to drop this in and just slip in between those two reds. So he's hitting low on the white, so he's played like a drag shot.
Off the rail. That's okay.
He probably has to come back for the yellow into the middle now, left middle.
Yeah, it's going to involve a few more balls, I reckon, to help him, or not.
There you go.
He's just made a liar out of me. He's actually hit that too well, I think. It should be alright, but he's cued that so well he's overrun it. This goes in the middle. I don't think it goes past that red into the corner, but
he's straight down, so he's not
he's
too worried
not
about it.
Mucking around, is he? He's undercut it.
A bit of a let off. So a comment there from Steve Denton. 30-second shot clock is massive. Adam doesn't look quite as comfortable when hurried. And Neil. So I stayed at Steve Denton's house last night. We actually had a chat about this shot clock because he wasn't aware until yesterday that it had been shortened from 40 seconds to 30 seconds, and he said he wouldn't have been very happy about it if he was a player. But I'm all for it. I think it's great that the players are being put under pressure, and it's better for the spectators, which is what this event's about, really.
It's also in line with World Black Ball rules, isn't it? It's a 30-second shot clock at the Worlds, is it?
No, it's a minute.
It's a whole minute?
Yeah, it's usually a minute. The only time you normally get shot clocks like 30 or 40 seconds is obviously on the 9 foots or in events like this where it's live on TV or Sky or whatever, and it's shootout format.
It's like, and you're having to fit several games in a day.
And it's literally for the... It doesn't benefit the players, it being 30 seconds, that's for sure. It's for the spectators. It makes it better viewing because we're seeing the players put under pressure, rushing around. You're not waiting for a player to take 2 minutes a shot, which is really what this event is about, I think. So I'm all for it.
The best players aren't rushed, though, are they? With 30 seconds, they know about it and they know how to configure themselves so that it's never an issue.
I don't think you're rushed if you're playing well and you're feeling good. Again, like me and Steve were talking about
this,
it's when you're, but sometimes the clock can help you because the shot clock can help you because it stops you finding things that could go wrong. You trust your first decision, and usually when the first shot you see is the right shot. So you trust yourself a little bit more, and you have to do it. You don't have time to find problems. So it can be a good thing for players as well. The issue is that we don't play it regularly. That's the problem. If every tournament was 30 seconds,
exactly.
And that's my argument in a lot of the Club New Zealand ones, where people ask for a shot clock halfway through a tournament. That's what I don't agree with. It should be
introduced at the start, so that people know it's there and they're having to make their game for that. Ben Stiegelmeier, I like that too, and also you're having less time to think about the shot, so you have to be in that mindset to start with. If you're going to play a safety, you need to know exactly what you want to do very quickly, otherwise you're going to need that extension, or you're just going to run out of time and you rush it. Now I'm just going to pop off to the toilet briefly, and
I think Adam and Neil both shot to the toilet.
They did, and unfortunately for me, I'll have to follow them.
We are going to have a break in 20 minutes, half time.
Unfortunately, my bladder can't hold on. I'll see you very soon.
And I believe it's a 15-minute break, is it? Yeah. So Adam to break. Just had Sam Hopkinson in my ear, fresh from his runner-up at Levin, $2,000. He's going to spend over the bar this weekend. Again, nice big break from Adam, but it's dry. So a chance for Neil. Probably wants reds. There's that problem yellow at the top, and you've got the 8-ball at the top as well, so there's 4 reds around to negotiate before you pop the 8. Just got to pick his route. I think the red most central in the table actually goes in the middle, so if you can get low onto these, clear these bottom 2 reds, he'll be able to drop the red in the middle and then come back up the table to finish his work. Wobbled, but it did drop, so yeah, we'll get rid of these 2 and then he'll want to leave himself pretty straight on the red into the middle, I think. That's if it goes. I'm assuming it goes. Don't think we can really see from the other angle either. It's hard to tell. Neil just using his extension there and making sure he knows which way he's going to go. So key shot coming up. He's got to leave this straight, this next shot. If he's going to play for it in the middle, he wants to leave himself perfectly straight, and then he can run the white down for the red on the rail. And so he's not sure where he's going there. Maybe the red did pass to the bottom left before he nudged it.
Maybe it passes into the
middle. Well, he's nudged it enough for it to go into the middle now, so got away with that a little bit. Now he can actually cut the other red into the top right and run the white around for the red, but I'm not sure if he probably won't be too familiar with that shot because he's not too experienced on the cloth. But the white will skid around those 2 rails and come back towards where the centre pocket is.
Yeah, you play what you know, don't you? If you don't know that shot or don't believe it to be possible, then you won't play it. So Adam just...
Yeah, well, I don't think he should have gone for that foot there. I think he would have been better potting the other ball and playing the double. That cut didn't even look on. So will we see Adam play a safety shot, or is he going to... He can cue this in and nudge the other yellow off the rail, just like that. So he's staying aggressive.
That's not the best place for the cue ball to be, but the yellow to the left of the cue ball will cut, and he's got a safety shot if he doesn't like it. He's got a lot of yellows to hide behind here. I'd imagine he'd be using that now.
And he has played a safety shot. Good shot.
Are you surprised?
Simon, have you played on this cloth much? I played on it when I went back to the UK on holiday about 4 years ago, and then I had it installed on my table about 3 weeks ago off Daryl Chambers. So yeah, I've had a few. Probably takes you a day or 2 to get used to it. It is a little bit different. Is that John?
John,
yeah. You'd love this cloth, John, being a 9-ball player. So it plays a lot more like a 9-ball cloth, like a new cloth, just really, really skiddy.
That was a very interesting way that Neil went about trying to get out of that snooker, going between those 2 yellows, close to the bottom left corner pocket. He very nearly got it too. And Adam there using his free shot to develop the 8. should say the 8. There are no cut numbers in this, so it's the black.
You could have played that a little bit better.
I think that's okay. You wouldn't want it too close to the yellow.
It depends on if he's going to have to... He obviously wants to leave the yellow at the top till the end.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. He wouldn't have wanted to put it too close to the yellow because he cuts down his options for position.
He's okay because I don't think the reds don't go if he does miss, so that takes a little bit of pressure off.
Ordinarily, they don't go. It does look like there is a plant on those reds, but you have to have the cue ball in a specific place for that plant to be possible. It's not his immediate concern, however.
Landed a little bit short.
He can develop this yellow next to the rail with this, but he has to be careful he doesn't clip it.
He's not playing into the yellow because I think the angle's too much, and also he could he could go in off it. So.
Oh, that's clever. That's a clever little use of A, the snooker, but B,
so
to
Neil's going to
promote
come down
both
this
yellows.
He's going to come down off 2 rails. Well, 3 rails. He's going to aim for that. He's going to come round off 3 rails and try and hit the top red and just nudge it towards that yellow and hide the white.
That's a snooker
and
type shot, isn't it?
He's really good at these shots. It's just whether he can control the skid. So there you go, just like that. A little bit unlucky.
That is still an excellent result, I reckon.
He wanted to hit the top red, not the bottom red, because then he would have probably have blocked the yellow off, but the yellow still pops. So
that's where the bad luck runs in, doesn't it? He's just trying to mess it up if he doesn't get a snooker. Adam, you'd imagine should still finish this frame, tricky. Although this is a tricky first shot.
Yeah, no, he's got and the reason that's tricky is because your eyes are naturally drawn to the potting angle. So you see, he would have, if that yellow wasn't there, he would have potted that yellow, but he wasn't playing it that way. He was probably playing to hit the other side of the yellow to play the plant. But
well, the plant's not really there, is it? So you're having to adjust your angle to play the yellow into the rail instead to flick off the yellow near the pocket. So you're having to say to yourself, actually, I'm not trying to pot this straight because it's not going to go. I'm imagining the pockets where the rail is. Oh, that's worked out quite well, actually. I think he was trying to miss the 8.
He left himself almost dead straight on that, so he couldn't just draw the white ball back for the 8 in the same pocket. Not easy, this, in the centre. He's got it, though.
Oh, well played. Yeah, that's a tough shot, and he's
way to the end, I'll tell you that for sure. And he's so capable of rattling off 2, 3, 4 frames in quick succession, so you can turn a match on its head.
yeah. So here we go. 12th frame, and
Neil's made
looks
a ball.
like Neil's made a ball. In fact, he's made
balls.
multiple balls.
And the yellows look delicious, as Chris Geary would say.
Silverlicious is what he would say, but yes, your point is valid. So that first one is good. So I was talking about that before. It's a slightly different thought process for the first one. He's overcome that.
Imagine if he could break every time like that. What an easy game it would be.
Yeah, but then it would be boring to watch because you'd know what would happen all the time. That's one of the things I love about this game. You don't know what's going to happen. cheat the pocket for the angle. I like that because
I
he's
just overrun this. I think I just landed
slightly, but he cheated the pocket slightly to avoid running into the reds, because if you hit that follow, you run into the reds and ruin it, but you cheat the pocket, you actually miss the reds. He's recovered beautifully there. Maybe over-cued it slightly with the drawback, but he's got options either way. Just needs us to stay away from the 8. Fine.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, what were you even worried for? His heart rate never got above 50.
Yeah. Very impressive.
Oh,
this from Neil.
yes. To square us at
6-all from
6.
5-1 down. We might actually get one more in before the break after all.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Middle of the hole.
What a great game. A few early pots, few early pots missed and a few early nerves, but standard overall's been pretty good.
And there you go, you see our sponsors on the screen. A massive thank you to the lot of you. Anytime Fitness Rangiora, my uncle owns that gym, so get in if you want to get to a healthier place. Need more firewood, that's Mike and Danny and Josh Bowen. Shaw Hughes, that's Adam Shaw, who is playing right now. Stella, which is a recruitment company. And Michael Hayes, Q Sports Coach, and he does... Stella is Alex Stones as well, so he works for Stella. And Michael Hayes, if you want to get a bit more oomph into your game, go see him, he'll see you right.
So Adam will want to, he's made a couple of balls, he'll want to get
three balls. Maybe the third one he didn't want.
Well, he timed that so well, like you can just tell when you just control that white ball like he did.
Yeah, unfortunately
really well.
he had a ball run into it and push it into the rail, so I mean that's never your fault, is it? If you break like that and the white ball ends up in the centre of the table and then another ball decides to push it into a nasty place, you can't do much about that.
Big frame from Adam, big visit this. He'll be, I think this is the last frame before the break, and he'd probably be pretty disappointed if he goes in 7-6 down. But if he can get away coming in 7-6 up, then I'm sure he'll be feeling a lot better in that 15-minute break.
It's more so from where he was, 4-1 ahead and looking...
5-1.
5-1 ahead. I thought he was 4-1 ahead. But... it was 4-all and then 5-4, I believe.
No. 5-1.
No, he's put his fist down. We'll see the replay, but anyway, scores aside.
Not sure.
Scores aside.
But he hasn't really done that much wrong. It's been more that Neil's just upped his standard, really. Adam had a couple of dry breaks, but he hasn't really made a load of mistakes to let Neil back in. Neil's just played better, you know, in that second half of this first session.
He's woken up, hasn't he? 5-1. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Shane. No, I'll hold my hand up and say I was wrong there. Adam was 5-1 up. But it's more than being ahead, it's just knowing that, you know, from where you were in complete control of the match to being even, but still having that slight edge, as it were. You'd rather have that slight edge going into the break, and there we see, I think the rack's going to be removed here.
Big shot here.
Yeah, that rack actually does affect the cue ball, doesn't it? But maybe more so it affects the object ball. The ball runs over the rack, it does change it slightly. See that with 9-ball as well. Sometimes if that shark rack is on the table and there's a ball stuck on the rack,
Well, you
the
try
ball
and get
kind
rid
of
of it as
jumps
soon as
out
you
of the
can.
rack.
Yeah. But he's with the white being on the rail, tight on the rail, which is really difficult at best of times with the white being smaller. This is a bit tricky because he doesn't want to follow through and catch the red half ball with the white because there's a chance he can snooker himself. I'm not sure if he's straight enough to hit the red full. Now, if the white wasn't on the rail, he could probably hit it harder, which would probably send the white into the 8 ball before the top spin kicks in, and then it would shift the red away. But I'm not sure if he can do that off the rail.
Yeah, you're looking at the red on the right-hand side, aren't you? You kiss it on the right-hand side and you end up stuck behind it.
Depends how straight he is. Yeah, just straight enough, that was good.
Cheated the pocket too.
It's always hard with the camera angles to
That's
see just how much angle there is.
Excellent use of the whole pocket.
You've got to be careful not to put a bit of unintentional right-hand side on this.
It's a natural angle, isn't it? You mess it up.
Played it good.
If you put the side on it, he's cued that quite magnificently, I reckon. And now this is to head into the intermission with a frame lead.
Nice.
And he is all good.
7-6 at the break, so probably deserves to lead at the break, Adam. And, yeah, what a great match. Great match. What a start to this event.
So we start as we hope to go on.
It could take a while, or it could come out really quickly. So one of the first spectator prizes of the day. Hit the button, Alex. Watch your tickets. Oh my God. Oh, that's a big number. 74. What's it between? Random number, not great. You're talking about Alex, right?
So you can see centre of the screen there, Claire Shanaher at the event as well. Looks like Barry Henderson.
105. 105.
Oh, that's got to be favouritism. Steph Crowell winning the Spectator prize. Steph, if you didn't know or you didn't hear me saying it before, is the partner of Neil Walle.
Just an appreciation of you guys coming out at 9:30, 10 a.m. on a Friday morning. We're just going to throw in a little bit of an extra one. Where's the randomizer man gone? Alex, where is he? We're just going to throw in a couple of free tickets, so $40, so there's drinks on that, prize money. 166. That was almost the devil. 166 going once, twice, redraw. 174. Once, twice, redraw. 137. Keep going. Number 2. I sold 2 to someone. Now, I don't want any politically correct complaints about that it's only women winning the prizes. We're an equal opportunity employer. Number 2, you got to come out here, take the jacket off. No, it's just because because it's hot. Like you.
Oh, God, Walle. You're so honest.
That's right. Okay, guys, we'll be back on soon. Cheers. Again, take your seats. And we'll welcome back to the arena, Neil the Gentleman, Walle. And Adam Sure Thing. Let's go. Good luck, guys.
And we are back. And already we've gotten a few comments. Brittany Kidd probably with the best one. This is a break. Not in the sense of actually smashing the balls up, but this is a break at the 90-minute mark. So 1.5 hours into each match there will be a 15-minute break for the players to recharge or do whatever they need to do. So that score you can see on the bottom of your screen, 7-6 to Adam Shaw over Neil Walle. Adam Shaw, by the way, was 5-1 up at one point, so Neil's done an incredibly good job to come back to somewhere near parity. But yeah, for those of you who have just tuned in, this is the very first match of the Great Southern Knockout version 2. I am John the Voice Saundercock, joined when he is available to chat, Simon Singleton. Looking to hit send on another load of letters this year. It's just at the moment doing something important, so
Just sharing.
yeah, just sharing.
One thing we haven't mentioned, guys, share the stream. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well and tell all your friends. So, you know, this product that these guys have created, it's fantastic, and if we can get more subscribers and get it into the thousands, who knows what might happen in the future. It's just going to grow the game and give them more opportunity with sponsors and things like that. So don't forget to subscribe and share, and let's get this out there. This is going to be a cracker, this second half of this match.
Well, it's been set up so brilliantly by the first half. It promises to be an absolute blockbuster.
I'm just going to share it myself because I haven't done that yet. So
Yes, you practice what you
share that,
preach.
and then I'll share it around a few groups, and then I'll be back on the commentary.
So for the moment it's just me. But I'm sure you guys are used to that if you've been watching my Tuesday night stuff.
It's good
It's
to
me on my lonesome.
It's good to subscribe as well, because every few hours the stream will cut and then be changing, because it runs out at a certain time length. I'm not sure how many hours it is, but or maybe they'll do a stream for each match. So every time, if you subscribe, every time we go live again, you'll get a notification, so you'll know that the next game's on or the next stream started, and then we can reshare that one.
Yeah, so make sure you let people know about it, because even if you're not into pole, you're at least into watching competition. Ooh, does that red go? It's a question. I reckon we'll get an answer fairly soon. I would say no, but I said that before about a shot, and Neil proved me very wrong. Oh, he was on. The fact that he potted the yellow means nothing.
Is this off Neil's break as well?
It is indeed. So this would be a break and run if this black goes.
And he cuts it in the corner.
Yeah. How's it looking? How's it
pretty
looking? The
good.
crowd will tell you. Don't even need to really look at that. You just listen to the crowd.
Yeah, either our screen is a couple of seconds behind, or the crowd will right behind that shot of Neil was going all the way.
Well, a good part of the crowd were literally right behind that shot too.
So how about that after a 15-minute break? Come back, break and run. That's 2 break and clears in a row for Neil.
The break for a break and dish, eh? Nothing better. And we are back to parity, so it is a virtual race to 6 now.
This match could quickly come down to just the break, really, and who can continue to make a ball off the break, because both of these players are in the floor now, playing really, really well. Those early nerves have gone.
Yeah, the break's so important in any game, but this one you'd think more so than any other game besides 9-ball, because of everything you can do the first shot after the break.
Huge break from Adam.
Yeah, if you get the break and better you get the white ball controlled, then the frame's yours. All you have to do is take it, remove the shark rack to stop anything bad from happening later on. But both players were dry breaking early on in this match, and now both have been able to regularly get balls off the break, so you will see more break and runs.
A bit looser. You generally will dry break more if you're a bit tense on the break, so they'll be settled into the match a little bit. Adam times the break really, really well. Former 9-ball player, played 9-ball at a really high level in the UK on the GB9 tour. So he will know just how important the break is. And it's something that he would have worked on a lot in the past when he was playing that game.
Adam Shaw actually won a GB9 title, by the way.
Which probably doesn't mean a lot to people in New Zealand, but I can tell you what that's like incredibly impressive, like to win an event like that, to win one of those events, the standard of the players.
Also a founding member of New Zealand Pool Promotions, so we have him to thank, amongst others, for these sort of events even being possible.
So this is not straightforward, a little bit tricky, but it is a chance, especially if the yellow passes into the middle on the opposite side. He'll be playing for that one now, I would have thought, if it does pass.
I think he's gravy on that. He's underrun it slightly, but there is that yellow down the rail near the bulk spot, the bulk line, that he can use as cover.
It's getting a bit more difficult here if he decides to chase the finish. If it had run the white another 3 or 4 inches there, then this would have been a lot more straightforward.
Well, it would have been cut and dried.
Just turned there and asked for his extension, so big decision to make here. He wants to pretty much put the white back where it is, but about 2 inches higher, so that he can play the yellow into the middle and come back out for the yellow in the centre of the table into the same pocket.
So he'd have to take 2 rails for me if he's doing that. Ooh.
He's over. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, if that had gone in, he would have had a chance, but it's not the end of the world where Neil's balls are. Neil might drop this red in the middle and then take the red on the rail long. And if he does that, then the finish is on. So that's definitely the finish.
Plan.
That's 100% the finish if he's going to go for it.
Using his extension early as well, that tells me that he views the importance of this shot.
Yeah, the finish is there. He's just got to drop this in and leave himself dead straight on that red to take up the long rail.
Yeah. So what's he doing? He's going.
I'm not sure.
Is he going a different way?
Oh, he's definitely going a different way. He's not seen.
He's
not seen the finish that I saw.
Maybe he's
a lot easier on camera.
Well, you've got to remember as well, and you know this too, is that the players are on a different plane to us when it comes to the shots that they see and how they feel at the moment. You know, he was trying a skill shot there. So he was trying to screw back into that yellow over the bin and knock it in to give that the red down the rail another pocket to go into.
Yeah, but even if he catches the yellow, what then? Like, okay, he opens up the pocket for the red down the rail, but he's relying completely on luck for a red that he's going to land on, and he still has to come back to this red in the middle. On the rail in the middle, he has to get position on it at some point.
I think it's just to give yourself some options, because you're maybe a bit bereft of them at the moment. You're kind of forced into doing it a certain way. If you can give yourself one more option for a pocket, then it helps you to relax, knowing that you don't have to, you're not railroaded into doing it a certain way.
wondering if Adam will take the double on first here. Double into the corner.
Double in, yeah,
It's
corner
fra-
bottom left.
It's frame ball, and obviously Neil still has the problem with the red on the rail as well.
I
so
reckon he does, and he's got to hurry up. Yeah, that's what he's tried to do, but he's ended up putting it in a really ugly place.
Yeah, he probably. I think I would have preferred to play that pocket weight, because now he's really giving Neil back
the impetus, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Another double, maybe? Same yellow? Or does it cut into the rail and past the red?
well he's got a
Looks
couple
like
of
it
options.
does, you
doesn't
know.
he? Yeah, he could probably get. Yeah, he can't pot it, but he can get it in behind. And
Yeah, you
again,
can
with
make it.
with Neil's red where it is on the side rail, there he still has time to take control of the table.
Well, this could give him more time, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's a good shot. Although Neil can get this red in behind this yellow now, so he can switch this frame around.
Yeah, it's the red that's further away from the yellow, folks. Does look like it'll go off the rail and in off the yellow, if you play it correctly.
So spoke to the players briefly in the
There you
break.
go.
Good shot. Didn't manage to get to speak to Adam too much because he got called back to the table, but I was going to ask him whether the clock was an issue, because he does definitely seem a little bit rushed sometimes at the end of his 30 seconds.
I think it's your device, Craig, because it looks fine to us. Oh, that's made that a lot harder then, hasn't it? See that little smile on his face to tell us that's not what I was trying to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he can do here now.
You have to put a lot of bottom left on this. Oh yeah, that's what he was trying to do. Maybe he was lucky he didn't hit it.
Focus does look out.
You reckon? What are you guys viewing from, if I may ask? Craig and Tracy. Julie Alderson says it's fine. So maybe it's just if you're viewing it on your phone it looks out. I'm just guessing. I would like a little bit of insight into this. Well, there's another possibility that Tony's just given.
Adam's just overhit that. That's 2 or 3 shots in a row. He's just let his arm go a little bit when he probably could have played with a little bit more finesse. So now he's going to have to come all the way back up the table and nip this one in. It does look like it's pretty close to the rail here, so he's got to be a bit careful. He's played it well, but
ugly on the
short.
yellow.
Yeah.
You reckon he was trying to run all the way around the yellow and put it in that corner top left?
I don't think he even intended. I think he intended to go pop the ball a little finer than that and come straight up the table, but the white's just spread.
Yeah, he kind of cheated the pocket, didn't he? It looked like he'd undercut it, but it still dropped. So that will naturally spread the white ball towards that opposite corner pocket. There's that pressure. Had to hurry up because the shot clock was...
It's the time pressure again. That was frame ball either way, really. And he's missed it, so pretty straightforward finish for Neil here, and he should take the lead for the first time in this match. Oh, where's he gone? Where's he going?
I was about to say he needs to be careful he doesn't overrun this because he's the wrong side now.
He almost looked... You know, he's gone that far, it's almost like he deliberately intended on going that far.
Oh,
Where's the white?
that needs to stop. It's...
Is this enough? The white will
If
spread.
it spreads, yes. Let's ask Neil that question. No, it's not.
good
He's
finish.
played that beautifully. Wait for the white to stop.
He wouldn't do
It's
it.
fine. No, exactly. Thank you for that.
It's iconic that now, John. With all the podcasts.
Yeah, that's Kerry, isn't it?
You have to bring that out again.
It's when
this
Kerry
weekend.
played that double.
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it.
Oh, what a pot. Except with a lot more feeling than that. Well, it's on the introduction to all of Alex's podcasts, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I haven't done it so far. Yeah, but Too many things to remember, I'm a man.
What are you
I'll try.
asking for?
It just sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'll try. Getting shouted at for not playing the music in between the frames. I gotta do everything around here.
Yeah, that's what my wife sometimes says to me as well. I'm still trying to work out whether there's a bit of truth to that or not. I think she might actually have a point.
Neil with the lead for the first time in the match. So let's see how Adam can bounce back. So Neil's broken cleared his last two breaks. So let's see what he can do here. Again, well controlled with the white. Looks dry though.
Oh, hello. We've got a desert,
It is dry.
but all the oases are there for Adam. However,
Not straightforward. Amazing how momentum can shift in this game on these long races.
well, we've already seen it a couple of times, haven't we? But
Like,
the arrow seems to be pointing towards Neil at the moment, but with a dry break and a chance to finish for Adam, he's got to be thinking that this is now the chance for me to swing that arrow back towards me.
Well, it can shift. I mean, it always happens. Like, you're always going to get shifts, and a lot of the time, winning these long races comes down to controlling the damage when the momentum's not going your way.
Stem the flow of blood.
You've just got to, you're going to get times where you're playing at your best, or your opponent's playing at your best, and you just got to ride it out and wait for that momentum to swing again, and hope that it swings, and hopefully there hasn't been too much damage in that time. But who would have thought when Adam was 5-1 up that Neil would go and win 7-2 out of the next 9 frames. Neil missed those 3 pretty straightforward shots in 3 frames in a row, and Adam punished him, and then out of nowhere he just sort of switched it on, which obviously he's capable of doing. So,
And that's the other thing to look at as well, is that there's that what if for us in the commentary booth with Neil. He's a frame ahead, but could have been more than 1 frame ahead. But then again, little few things have gone Adam's way, he could be ahead himself. So
Game of fractions.
It's a swings and roundabouts game.
Game of fractions.
That's lovely, but he's married up to the red, so he's a little bit unfortunate there.
So these little things here that were probably going in Adam's favour at the start of the match, and now just going against him. He's just got to ride this out.
Yeah, 5-1 up, he would have been on that yellow, no doubt.
Ride the storm. Long way to go in this match.
That's a fugly shot on this table, isn't it? With this white ball, should I say. It's not anything you'd wish on your worst enemy, unless you're playing pool against them.
Yeah, good comment there, Nick. Wanting to see this go to the end. I'm good friends with both of these guys, partnered both of them, so I don't really have any sort of favouritism as to who I want to win. I just want them to see them both play well and enjoy it, and want to play again, and hopefully we see a great match, which we have done so far. So I think this is going to go all the way to the wire.
John's just asking you, Simon, you use a glove, and if so, why?
I just use a glove. I don't really like the feel of the carbon shaft on my hand, so I like to wear the glove to just keep the feel consistent.
Ooh. Not for that, but for what Neil's just done.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky.
Kiss that he didn't want.
Yeah, he's opened up Adam's balls now completely in the black, and he hasn't really left himself a shot here. He's going to have to try and find somewhere to hide.
Morning, Francis.
Can't see a shot anywhere here. Attacking wise, that is.
This needs his extension, no doubt.
There's not a lot of places to hide the white either, so tricky situation.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to come off a rail somewhere to get out of a snooker. He's not got any other way, really.
No, John, I probably wouldn't use a glove if I was using my snooker cue.
Well, you only recently switched to using a glove, didn't you? And that was because you got
Well, I always use
carbon fibre cue.
Well, when you play on the 9 foots, the cloth. I hate playing on dirty tables, and
Yeah,
you won't believe when I'm practicing how
fingers
often I brush my table, and when you play 9 ball, the tables don't get brushed as much because they don't have a nap, and inevitably they're a lot dirtier in general, and you just get chalk on your hands and you get sticky, and so I've always used the glove for 9 ball, but now I use it for the 7 foot because I use my 9 ball cue.
Oh, he's going to try and pot this, I reckon. No, he didn't get the ball to snap off. He was wanting that to just drift away from the yellow and hit the red on the side and possibly pot it.
Very difficult shot, but I can see why he went for that, because he probably, there was probably nowhere to hide, really.
Yeah, he still had to be aggressive, didn't he?
Well, there was no defensive shot, really, without leaving Adam a chance, so why leave Adam a chance when you can, have a go yourself?
If you're going to go down, you might as well go down in flames, right? Go down swinging. Not that, of course, he was wanting to foul, but you're better to take the aggressive option and mess it up than play a defensive shot and mess it up.
So interesting there that Adam decided to cut the yellow back and not use the rail to naturally send the white up the table.
Maybe he doesn't trust the rail at the moment.
Yeah, with the spread, maybe.
Maybe he's been bitten a few times by the spread, so he's decided to be.
He's just got away with it. He's just got away with that. Like another inch shorter, and he'd have vested up. But he's just got to make this ball.
That's a very metal bridge.
Yeah, that's okay.
So that bridge also would be. You bridging like that over a ball, I'd imagine you'd get more stability that way, wouldn't you? Instead of your standard every finger on the table bridge, and you only ever do it with your the fingers you chuck up for your metal horns. Anyway, I'll get back to that.
Yep. So the foul from. Seven foots is pretty good, so it's not something I would recommend for everyone, but my biggest problem is not switching between the games, it was switching the cues, so that sort of eradicated that, and it seems to have worked so far over the last 12 months. So.
I think if you start playing 9 ball, and then obviously you use your bigger cue to play 9 ball, if that's your natural game and then you switch to playing 7 foot pole, then normally you would continue to use a 9 ball cue.
Yeah.
You see a lot of the Filipino players, for example, in Christchurch that I know, almost all of them use a 9 ball cue to play 7 foot games, but that's because they're so used to
Kerry
9 foot.
Kerry Wares has always done it. I'm not the first. I mean, I used to not laugh at Kerry Wares, but be like, oh god, I watch him play. Watch him play the 9 ball cue on the snooker table and just pop balls, and I'm like, how is he doing that? Like,
you'd wonder what the hell he was doing, but
yeah, he was right and I was wrong, and yeah. It works for me too, but there's a few players in Dunedin that have now switched to using the night shaft on the 7 foots as well, so they don't have to switch games. They've sort of probably copied me a little bit in that respect. But even before I did it, Danny Ryan was using he decided to start playing snooker with his 9 ball cue. So that was before I started using mine. So there's a few people that have tried it, because it is difficult switching cues all the time.
Looking at that red in the middle after the yellow, or rather with that space that the yellow offers. Oops. Oh no, it's an open table, isn't it?
It is an open table, but I'm not sure he played that though. I'm not sure. Again, I think he just was a little bit rushed by the clock. But
he was trying to pot the yellow, wasn't he? Not the red.
I think he was trying to pot the red. He was trying to pot
Sorry,
the
other way around, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I might be wrong, but you think you would prefer the reds here, especially if the 8 does pass into the middle.
As
But
you are, if
the
you can
beauty
get
of
amongst these.
The beauty of this game and not having to, this rule set, not having to nominate, then it doesn't really matter. You can take one or the other.
I don't think this plant goes. I'm looking at that yellow down the rail onto the other yellow as a plant. I don't think that goes.
Not from here.
Not from here. You'll have to take the bottom yellow of those two first.
Yeah,
and just
cued
like that,
really well.
spit
That's
into the
perfect.
middle of the table.
Yeah, that's perfect. He's cued that really well. That's a frame-winning shot there.
I think he's actually able to see that yellow near the middle. I reckon he's got a wee window there.
Straight through. He wants to leave the shot on the rail as straight as possible, and then he's got the yellow into the. I thought he might have taken the yellow into the opposite middle, but it looks like he's going to come back out and play it into the same pocket as
use the
lead
rail.
ball. Yeah.
Well, you've got a more open pocket there
there's
too,
not,
don't you? You've only got what, 2/3 of a pocket, and whole pocket's better to play into.
It's well worked out this from Adam, because I don't think he initially wanted yellow, so he's just going to make this ball down the rail. He should naturally be on the other yellow.
But what he's done beautifully is he's rerouted his GPS. He initially wanted to do it one way, but then it didn't quite work, so he's had a few seconds to think about it and then decided to do it a different way, and he's fully bought into it.
That's what the top players do, so you've got to have that ability to realise that the plan A didn't work and you go to plan B or plan C or
Z,
so on
sometimes.
and so on. Yeah, so the plan can change after every shot.
So this to get the lead back.
What a game.
And this he has done, so 9-8 now to Adam Shaw over Neil Walle. So the next game to be played, or the second game of the day of 4, after this one finishes, is due to start at 1:30. That is Adam Lilly versus Brent Wells.
Jason, it depends what rule set you're playing. There's no nominating at all in this game, which makes it very, very aggressive. Like if there's no established set and you pot a red and knock a yellow and it's still an open table, you don't have to nominate. You could actually effectively pot a red and a yellow every single shot and then pot the black and clear all 15 balls in one visit. I don't know if that's ever been done, but technically you could do it. So
yeah, the rules allow you to do that.
Yeah, so it's super aggressive, no nominating. You don't really need a referee. The only time you need a referee is if you're asking for a total snooker.
Yeah, also if you're playing a shot where your queuing is in question or your bridge hand is in question.
Big shot from Neil. Oh, missed it. So he had a good break, Neil, but he just lost the white ball at the top end of the table. Missed. He just held his hand up there, Neil. So obviously he's covered that yellow.
That yellow was the one that Adam was looking at first up, and he's actually snookered Adam on it. So
well, Adam can come. He's got a couple of options at the bottom end of the table with yellows, so I don't think that'll be too much of an issue.
There's a wee bit of background noise here, folks. Hopefully you guys are still able to hear us okay with the noise in the background.
So he's going to take the yellow in the open table here, and he's going to try and cue the white off the side rail and then land on the. Maybe he's going to play the plant. He's braver than me. I hate plants. Yeah, that's a risky shot. Surprised at that.
Yeah,
I was going to
obviously he's more of a horticulturist than you are.
The yellow in the centre of the table, he could have cued that into the bottom right, white off the side rail, and then got rid of the furthest right yellow, and then it's the finish is on. So I'm a bit surprised there.
Obviously, he had a different thought process. He just wanted to. He obviously wanted yellows. I can tell you that much.
I mean, if he makes the plant, then he's eliminated his 2 balls from the top, and you can see the benefit for sure. But it's a brave shot when it's an open table to take the plant on. Neil's missed the yellow, and Adam gets another shot at these yellows.
Yeah, well, for Neil it was a lot more clear cut. You just pot the yellow and then work into the frame that way, so there's no real risk in playing the shot that he did. He just missed it. I just wonder what sort of angle he's got on this, playing the yellow that's near the red, if there's any chance he can play a plant or a snick off that. And
Well, he wants to screw back and hit the yellow half ball, and then the white will come back towards where it is now. Yeah, not a fan of that. It was never. I don't think it was really possible for him to land on that yellow the way he played it.
yeah, you were always going to run full into it.
Yeah.
Off that rail and off onto the top or bottom rail as we see it. So, I mean, you're onto a loser there already, aren't you? Unless you can get a different contact on that second yellow.
He's cued that really well. He might have to set the plant again here.
Definitely.
No, he probably
Plant
would
and maybe screw it back.
Yeah, he'd like to
straight
screw
enough.
back and develop the 8, but just depends on where this top yellow is going to end up, because he, in an ideal world, he'd like to top the white through to then take the yellow to the opposite corner. But I'm not sure if the 8 goes anywhere other than the middle pocket. So, and
So
it
it does.
Well,
It
the plant wasn't
definitely
on the
goes
angle. Yeah,
the
the
top
plant wasn't
middle
on the
that we
angle
can
that I thought.
see.
he's just going to have a really tough positional shot to get back to this 8 ball.
Well,
That's the
either way he
problem.
goes, he's either got the tough positional shot here where he plays the long yellow, or the tough positional shot from the yellow nearest the corner pocket right of your screen to the black. So either way he's going to have to play an excellent positional shot to get the finish.
Yeah, he's okay here. He's okay. He can spin this off 2 rails, and it's all about just controlling the pace. There's a chance that he could run the white through the gap in between and snooker himself.
Yeah, that's when that speed comes in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's the
It's
the
all
top,
about the speed.
top
This.
middle pocket on your screen. That's what he's looking for. And incorporating the third rail into
Yeah,
this.
no, that's good. Yeah, just a little bit short, but he's given himself a shot. He'll be happy
It's
with
on.
that. He'll be happy
That's all he'll be thinking about. It's on. I've left myself on. All I need to do is focus completely on
Yeah.
this and pot it.
with that. I think he'll pot this as well. Yeah, he'll be happy with that. He's not got hampered queuing. Quite a
Needs
lot
to
of
be
traffic there,
careful
so-
that he doesn't rush this, even with the clock going behind him.
Oh, he's overcut it.
Overcut it. Does he get lucky with the leave? Not really. Bit of work for Neil to do here, but you know what? He's actually got a tool in his hands, so he's available to do it.
Again, it's just not in Neil's nature to play safe, so
Yeah, there's a safety shot or a snooker was staring
Yeah.
right in the face, wasn't it? But Neil's just waved it off.
yeah, he's just so attacking. Yeah, look at this.
Oh,
It's just great. It's great to watch.
It is, isn't it?
Like,
And some
I don't know
people
if it's
see
the
it
right
as
way, but it's
some people see it as a cop out to take that obvious snooker. I don't think it is. I think it's how you see it at the time. But Neil, the way he plays, I don't even know if he was even thinking about the snooker.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It doesn't even cross his mind. He just
Click.
he wants to pop the balls.
Wanted a bigger contact on that red, but still okay. He's still got at least one that he can play. And he's starting to run out of position here, unfortunately. Unless,
all
no,
right.
that's all right. I said that and didn't account for the white ball running that far. This looks fairly natural for the red next to the black, I reckon. The position, or is it the wrong, not quite the right angle for this?
No, I would have been playing safe about 4 shots ago.
Conservative.
He has got an option here to just develop this ball and leave the white on the rail, because Adam probably wouldn't really have a pot on, especially if he can move the white a little bit more to the centre of the top rail.
Yeah, well, that takes away
Well, it
that
looks like he's
inside
looking
out
at the
cut,
potting
doesn't
angle.
it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's actually a really clever shot. 'Cause,
Well, yeah,
he's
had
actually
either way,
played
didn't
that.
he?
Well, the danger of playing it that way is actually he's leaving Adam a pot if he can see the 8 into the corner,
Well, that too, and
which he might still. Oh no, does he have? No, that's
you can
that's a
see
good
the
shot.
outside edge of it, but not enough to pot it. That's my thought anyway. But it looks like he's going to play this with a wee bit of side to see if he can throw it in. Yeah, great effort, but no ding. So, yeah, Walle back to the table, and
Still not
that's a-
easy.
yeah, but that's a great first look at it, isn't it? Just screw off for the red bottom of your screen, I reckon.
No, I'd drop this in first and then take the other one down the rail, just like this. Because then he doesn't have to play a positional shot to the 8. He's just got to drop the last red in.
And that, folks, is why I don't play in this game, because obviously Simon has played this before. He knows exactly how to finish a frame like this.
I know how to call it. I don't
You know how to
finish.
call it. You just get you on a table and see if you can do it. He's hit that too well, hasn't he?
Yeah,
It's silky smooth, but
this is not easy.
no. Okay, where's this white-headed?
Dead
On
straight.
the rail though.
Yeah, not
Tell
easy.
you what,
Not easy. Off the rails, slightly off straight, tight middle pockets,
yeah, it's all the acid, isn't it?
and knowing that you've probably lost the frame if you miss it as well, so a little bit of pressure.
Nah.
I think he'll pot this, though.
You'd say nothing,
cue it
right? Just cue it in.
No, I think he's overdone it.
He has now.
Good white ball.
Will this be potable?
So remember, you
Looking
can't play
for-
push shots in this game, so if it's touching ball, he has to
Has
play
to
away.
play away.
So touching ball is a great result for Adam.
Well, it's a great result because he can't pot it unless he goes off 1, 2 rails, and then if he goes off 2 rails and hits the red again,
Well, I think he's going to try and he's going to basically make Adam play again, like try and put the white ball where it is and leave him Chinese snooker. That's the shot to play from here.
would you just play it directly into the rail and have it come back and sit there?
Yeah, it's difficult because it's quite a touchy shot, especially if it's not touching ball, because you've still got to make sure you hit the rail. And
We hit the red first and then the rail and then leave
Yeah.
it touching.
I think it's touching. Is it? No, who knows?
If it's not touching ball, I reckon it's on. Well, now's going to be the question, because
So it was
he
obviously
made a rail.
it was definitely touching ball, obviously, because there's no foul.
Because
But
he made the rail, so he
In
was.
that case, I don't understand why he's tried to go across the table back to where it was, and he didn't just play off the rail that he was on. You know what I mean, John? And do the Chinese snooker.
Well, it's that
Still a tough
aggression,
shot.
isn't it?
Still a tough shot.
He saw it as being on, possibly, so he decided to try and play it, to pot it.
This is the third attempt that Adam's had at this black in this frame. So this could turn out to be a pivotal moment of the match. 10-8 or 9-all.
He's going to have to hurry up
He's
as
like,
well.
he's against the clock again. He's cued that
Oh,
well.
hello,
Good shot, Adam Shaw.
and goodbye.
Great shot. Yeah, he keeps letting that clock run down, doesn't he?
He does, and it makes you nervous because you think he's going to time foul.
Yeah, a bit surprised there that Neil didn't just touch off the long rail. It looked like he was going for the pot.
I might do that as well.
Are you gonna go? What are you doing? Oh yeah. Again.
Yeah, too many drinks.
10-8 Adam Shaw. What do we reckon, guys? Who's gonna get this? Straight after this, we're gonna have Adam Lilly versus Brent Wells. I think it might be pretty close to almost straight away. Is it? I think it's scheduled for 1:30, and we're now almost at 12:30, so there won't be too much of a break. No, Jason, there's no actual referee. You don't really need a referee for these games, except for those situations where you're asking for touching ball or a total snooker. So there's plenty of there's 4 or 5 of the New Zealand pool promotion team who taking turns to just hang around the arena there and the table and take the short rack off if they need to. So just got a little toilet break. Just gonna go online and have a look at how many viewers we have. $125 viewers, so don't forget to subscribe to the streaming as well, guys. We've had about 100 people subscribe, I think, today, which is great. If you subscribe, you're not going to miss out when the stream changes. You'll get a notification every time that we go live. Let's see some comments, some predictions. I'm going to predict that there's going to be 3 Hill matches out of 4. And if you're in the area, come on down, support the guys that are organising this, the sponsors, even if it's just for one of the games. Adam just racked the balls, the players are ready to go. Every frame's big from here. Let's see how this break goes. He's going to give these a whack.
Right, I got back just in time. Beautiful.
Again, timed the break really well.
Jeez, he doesn't half hit them, does he?
Yeah, good break. He's got options of both sets here. I think he might take the yellow in the middle and try and run into the yellow on the rail and push it towards the corner pocket. And if it lands right, then it's...
that's probably the only
frame
attractive looking shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the frame
You could
shot.
take the reds, but aren't really that many to start with. And you're kind of running away from position if you do play the reds first. So yellows, you've actually got something to run to.
Just play this at a controlled pace and hit the yellow full. Perfect.
Oh, yeah, he just couldn't have done that much better, could he? Because he's got that yellow near the rack spot to actually play for now. But he had that. If he hit it full, then maybe the yellow that he promoted could have been the next shot. But he's actually got that second option of the one near the rail, the spot.
Well, the only thing he has to do now is just stay on the right side of each shot. That's all, and can't really go wrong.
Right side as in
right side of the line, so
not correct, but right.
So for it, yeah,
yeah,
the correct side of the line, just like that. So now you can just. So it depends on. It's going to depend on what he wants to do with the yellow on the left-hand side. Whether he wants to take it into the corner or into the middle. He could actually take it now.
I'd take it now.
Yeah, take it now. Get the white back to where it is, and then.
Because where it is now is near perfect for.
Yeah, so left, right.
The
center.
yellow that he's looking at now. In fact, no, he's going to take the one on the.
So again, just under a bit of time pressure. He's had to go for an extension. But again, this is the reason why I wouldn't want to go this way is he's going to be hampered by the other 2 reds, depending on where he puts the white. He's played it quite well, but now he's got to land. I don't know. He's got a positional shot to play here. He wants to be as straight as he can on this yellow, the one he's lining up now.
Yeah, well, you'd rather be slightly off straight, cutting into the cutting away from the pocket, wouldn't you? That's beautiful though. That's right
that's
where he wanted it.
You can draw that back. He's going to draw it back probably 4, 5, 6 inches. but that's pretty good.
It's about halfway between where the cue ball is now and where the yellow is, I reckon. If you were to plonk the cue ball right in the middle there, that's perfect. And that's even better because you're closer to the 8.
So breaking clear to go 11-8.
There it goes.
Nice. Camellia,
yeah.
I don't think it was a time foul. There has been a slight technical issue with the clock, as you can see it, and the actual clock. And they were checking for a total snooker. So no, that was a shot before, wasn't it? Yeah.
That could well have put our time clock out.
Yeah. Yeah. So the time clock on the screen for the viewers is still a work in progress. It's a new addition, and obviously getting that to what's the word? Reconcile. Sync up with the
reconcile. I like
reconcile
that.
or sync
We're
up
learning.
with the clock in the arena. Then there was a little bit of an issue earlier on.
Both of us are learning new ways to incorporate words and
we've
mess the English language up even further than it already
got Greg
has.
Crowdis on the computer doing the technical stuff beside us, and Greg's the one who's manually knocking off the extension for the players. But sometimes we miss those as well because we're not quite in the arena. We're just out the back. So, oh, that's unlucky. The lights kicked in. And again, we were talking about that momentum shift earlier, John. It's just gone the other way now.
As the was 8-7 ahead, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It's Neil, and now Adam's managed to peel off the last 4 frames, and he's only 2 away from a victory.
Neil won the first 2 frames after the break and went 8-7 up for the first time, and then Adam's just upped it another gear, as the best players do.
And he's got this anywhere behind the headstring or the bulk
with
line,
a free shot as well.
And a free shot. So in 2-shot you don't get the free shot off the break.
No, there's no.
But
no
you
penalty.
do, however, in this.
Yeah, the in-off off the break is huge because you have an open table and you have a free shot to do anything you want. So it's.
And you've got 60 seconds.
I would suspect that throughout this tournament, the clearances often in-off will be well over 50%.
It is a race to 13, Samara. So just beneath the EXTN of Adam Shaw's name on the screen, you will notice that it is a race to 13. Not sure how well that comes up for you on your device. So the red looks to pass between the black and the yellow here, and obviously with that he'll be aiming for the red near the top rail. Well, it's the top rail on the table, but it's the bottom rail as we view it. Just trying to think about you.
Maybe he had his extension, Camille.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. I'm just wondering if he even used his extension by then. And that's a good point that you make there, Camellia. How are you doing, by the way, you and Healy and Bubs? It's good to have you watching this. Hopefully you'll be both be tearing it up, and I think it's Hamilton you live in, is it? Or are you both in Tokoroa? Either way, I hope you guys are both getting a lot of table time.
Oh, he needs this to slow down. Oh, he's overrun it. He's overrun it. Oh, mistake from Adam.
I think the double might be on though.
Right when he had Neil on the ropes.
It's not the shot that he wants to be playing, is it? He wants something straight, not a double, even though he is good at them.
Not a chance. No, he's got the double kiss, and that's a let off for Neil, and the red goes safe. Wow.
Tell you what, that's not a first. It's not an easy first shot, is it? trim hopper, please. I am indeed Camellia, thank you for asking. He's tried a safety there, or at the very least he's tried to, and succeeded in promoting that yellow.
Yeah, Adam was a bit fortunate with where the white ended up actually, because he didn't really give Neil a chance to do anything. And Neil's just played a bit of a nothing shot, and Adam comes back to the table, and he probably has a slight chance here if he can cut this in, because the red probably cuts in the middle as well. So
he's got a natural angle
shot,
to promote it, I reckon.
But he's played it pretty well.
Ooh, you just clung on, didn't it? Grim death. Grim death reminds me of what I was listening to earlier on the drive here. Obituary.
Yeah,
Old school death metal. Not that any of you are remotely interested in what music I listen to.
So he could play the yellow here into the red and just push the red safe into that cluster.
Oh, I see you. Yeah, that would be true filth, wouldn't it?
That shot would be good if he could hide the shot for Adam on the red over the pocket, but I'm not sure he can, because the white's going to run to the top side of the table as we look at it.
That's when you're having to prioritise what you do, isn't it? Am I looking to put in some filth on that red near the rail, or... Well, he hasn't really done either, has he?
Well, that's okay.
He might have gotten a little bit lucky
okay.
with that red over the bin being blocked, perhaps.
Yeah, he's covered that, which is the main aim there, I think, just to cover that red.
So in some sort of way, I was trying to look at the mechanics of that. Maybe that was exactly how he intended the shot to go. No extensions either, so he's got to get on his horse. Oh, he would have got it too.
Well, I mean, he got fortunate because he got a double kiss, which sent the white towards the red, and then it triple kissed. Or
yeah,
double kissed
and then the red hit
know the
the white a
terminology
third
for that.
time and
third
stuffed
time.
it up.
But again, he's sort of got away with it a touch where the whites ended up.
Would you now be considering a snooker?
Yeah, but it's hard from there, John. I don't know if there's... That's a great shot.
Oh, hit something, please.
Oh, wow. That's
so
unlucky.
No.
That's so unlucky. He's played such a good pot there.
Sometimes you dare, but you don't win.
Wow.
It's not a fair game, this. I don't even know why people play it sometimes.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate from Neil.
I like this. I like what he's done. I don't quite like where he's ended up, but that should be okay. He's promoted the 8 away from the yellow.
Use the same yellow he's just moved, he can use as a bit of a stopper for the white here.
This could be a wee bit hairy though.
Yeah, well, he wants to hit it as full as possible, if that's what he's going to play. No, he hasn't.
Oh, it hasn't dropped.
Wow.
So, what do you reckon? Do you think... Is that cut on bottom right corner that you can see? Imagine if that cuts on.
I think it is. It looks like he's going for it.
Why would you not if it is on? Oh, I have that.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's not too bad because now he's giving him options to get a snooker.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't get a skill shot or promote those yellows, then snooker's your next bet, isn't it?
Yeah, he has to he needs a free ball here.
He's got an awful lot of balls to snooker behind with those yellows where they are, so he can actually play this somewhere down the rail. If he misses it, he should get a snooker. Or he could just continue potting, knowing that if he keeps the white ball near the centre of the table, he'll get a snooker anyway.
Yeah.
Sometimes that freedom is not good to have, though.
Well, if it had been on the other side of the shot, in the middle, he would have had an option to go into these and spread them everywhere, but not sure what he's going to go for here.
Oh, I see what he was doing. He was trying to go off the top rail and snap it back towards them, and it actually spread too far.
Yeah. just again, probably just a little bit of inexperience from the rules there with Neil.
That's the red that's nearest the pocket looks like it might be on.
I think he's on it. He's on it. It's
And he's at the very least he's on the other one, which itself lends itself to a chance for a pot.
Just flick the yellow, pop the red, flick the yellow out.
Yeah, that's me. Wouldn't want to hit the second red on the way back.
No.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
I think he did actually hit that red, but so fine that it didn't really go anywhere. It should just be just flick it in and be naturally on the 8. No, use the rail. Use 2 rails, make sure of it. Very nice. So down she goes. And Adam Shaw now gets himself on. Is that really getting ready though? Might be the way he gets ready. Both he's right next to the playing table is interesting.
Adam to break. Are we going to see another twist in this match?
Well, it's going to be now, isn't it? It has to be now. If
Now
there
or
is.
never.
It's now or never. I forgot the rest of the words.
Dry.
Oh!
Oh,
No, it's
dry.
not. The black's gone down.
Nobody knows
Just
the
as
rules.
you said that.
Just a re-rack.
Is it?
Yeah.
Or does it get replaced?
Is it a re-rack? It's a re-rack, isn't it?
He's
Nobody
gonna
knows the
ask
rules.
Question. No, it is a re-rack. I was thinking, is it like Chartered Club where, well not Chartered Club, but two-shot I think, where you can either go back on the spot or you can re-rack it.
Only
But
Chartered
it's
Club.
just a re-rack. No, Chartered Club it's not a re-rack.
No, in Chart Club you put it on the spot. In all
Goes
the other,
back on the
all
spot
the other
and it's still your
forms,
shot.
It's just a re-rack.
Well, it doesn't come up very often, so I'm not surprised with none of. Well, Simon knew the rule.
I mean, there's versions of the game in the UK where it counts as a win. It's
Like the 9 off
I
the
forgot
break
what they
and
call
9
it,
ball.
Yeah.
The ultimate win or something.
Yeah, in that ultimate pool, there was a match where in a race to 4, where a guy had 2 of them in the match, and he had it at Hill to win.
Oh, you know what? We were just talking about twists. This break went dry after he potted the 8 off the previous break. Oh, this is an awkward first shot from Neil. Having to cue over the yellow, but he's cued it quite beautifully. The biggest problem though is that he hasn't really left himself on anything. And all of a sudden now the pressure ramps up. No. Yeah, somehow I could see that happening, eh? Left himself way out of position early on in the frame and having to fight your way back into it, and with all the pressures, then sometimes it just proves too much.
Yeah, good chance for Adam to see out the match here. He's just going to have one development shot there at the right hand side. He's got plenty of options, plenty of time to get there. Looks like he's having used his extension already.
beautiful cueing. It's quite straight, so and with this small white ball, if it is quite straight, you really do have to cue through it to get it to do much. It's good enough when it's off angle, but when it's straight, you really do have to cue into the ball to get it to behave.
I think these 2 yellows that are at the bottom as we look now, I think the left-hand side one does drop in the middle. Adam's looked at that, so that makes this clearance a lot easier. He doesn't have to extract it.
That's what he's paid for, I reckon.
Yeah.
Just that little bit of side to come into where the D is, just to give himself that potting angle. Just as you called it, Simon. Question is going to be now what.
Well, he's looking at the other yellow.
After it.
The yellow in the centre passes into that top middle as well, so that makes this clearance a lot more straightforward as well. And again, he's playing with fire with the shot clock.
Well, he's playing like fire, thankfully, so that doesn't seem to concern him too much. I think that he's gotten to the point where the shot clock's no longer a problem. Even if it starts beeping at him and cussing and swearing and doing all sorts, he can actually block it out now. He's had enough frames for it to no longer impede his play.
Yeah, good shot.
That was the frame ball for me.
No, this is the one here now.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Because he doesn't.
True
no,
that.
he's looking at the plant now.
Well,
But
that's introducing risk, isn't
He
it?
must go because otherwise he's
It goes
looked at it.
past, I know that. But, oh, look at that for a result.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do here. He's got a positional shot to play.
Still think when you've got it though. You ride the luck.
He's got a little bit of traffic in the way, so it's not guaranteed.
You are right though, both of those reds are looming large for a snooker if he gets this wrong. And again, he's going to have to contend with, well, I say that he's actually hit the shot before I finish that point to further drive my point for home.
I'm pretty sure that 4 or 5 shots ago he wouldn't have intended on leaving this shot for last.
Nah.
So,
But he's rerouted his Mac though, so how you get on the black from here, I wonder.
white will spread, so maybe the black into the same middle. He goes around the back.
Possibly.
Oh, he's missed it.
Maybe that's what he was thinking about when he was playing the shot instead of the pot.
Yeah, just
Too much, too many ideas in his head.
sometimes those sort of clearances can be so easy. You have so many options that you have too many options and you just mess it up.
Oh, he's going to play a snooker here. He's actually got a natural snooker, I reckon, if he plays this red near the middle into the top pocket. But as it is, he's going to take the easier of the two snookers. I like this because Adam's been potting everything in sight, and Neil's, if nothing else, just trying to slow him down. He wants the shot to finish on, rather than trying to finish it on a shot where he's not sure he can pot it.
I think Neil's cut out the one rail to the right shot because of the
jaws or
because of the
caught the
middle
second
pocket.
jaw on the way past.
Oh, he's had a result there, though, Adam, just pushing that red down the rail.
Well, he's got a free shot though. I just wondered whether he might have taken that red down the rail as the first one.
He should be okay here.
Should be
and he's
alright.
got the safety blanket of Adam's yellow beans.
Just a reminder as well, folks, because this could come into it later in the frame, the two shots do not carry. So the fact that he's missed on his first shot or his free shot means nothing. He could have potted that ball and still he's only got one shot. So you use that free shot to basically do what you want, because you don't get a second shot later on. Oh,
You know what?
Is he going to get away with this?
I actually had a feeling that
He
wasn't.
has. He's held his hand up to
I
say
had
sorry.
a feeling he wasn't going to pot that because that looked a lot more of a skinnier cut than sort of Neil give it credit for, and he didn't come round and look at the potting angle.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a finer cut than he anticipated, same as you. So one rail gets the hit. So he has at the very least not given Neil a free shot. So Neil's got to pot this all of his own merit.
I think he can get through to the one over the pocket.
Yeah, play that and that unlocks the other one. Yep, there you go. So
Well controlled.
now he's got options as to what he wants to do after this red. He could even not play it and play the red on the left. The one further away from the rail. Depends on how much risk he wants to put into this, because he could play this red that he's looking at and come across and try to develop that one near the rail. And now that where he's left himself now, the question you ask is, does it go past the yellow? Or would you even try
I
that
think he's
shot?
trying to drop it in the middle or place it. Oh no, he has gone wrong.
Well, he's
Yeah,
missed
it's
the
a
yellow
clever
up.
shot.
He's actually played that really well, because he knew that could happen if he contacted the yellow. Because naturally he was going to push it towards that middle of the rail, so he was on for a snooker.
Adam's just got to try and push this yellow over towards the pocket.
Same again.
Using the 9-ball 2-rail kicking system here.
How much Filipino does he have
Oh,
in
he's
him?
done it off 1 rail. Oh, he's left the red in the middle here, so good chance for Neil. Neil's not even looked at it. He's going straight for the long one.
I think that's the fact that he knows that there's a snooker if he misses it. That's why he's played it. He's played it for the safety option as well. And even on that shot, maybe if he'd missed that, there was still the reds to hide behind. But he has to be careful with that, because that becomes a crush sometimes. Right now, it's about just potting them. Yeah, that's excellent. That's beautifully played. Could just screw this back a small amount and put the black in the corner, but nah, he's straight enough. Come back further and put it in the middle. Down she goes, and that is all good. So Neil Walle back into the match. He now trails 9 frames to 12. And just to quickly answer your question, John, I would say not in my lifetime. I don't think, or at least not within the next 10 years. I would love to see clubs use these rules. I love the rules.
Maybe if we used a 2-inch white.
Yeah, that's the thing, because this is a 1 7/8 inch cue ball, and the object balls are all 2 inches. I think the small white actually turns a lot of people off this game,
Yeah.
and for reasons, but if they actually get into playing and practicing with it, then it doesn't become a problem.
Well, the 2-inch white's better. I think that as well. We don't need the small white over here because we don't have the coin-operated tables for tournaments, so there is no reason other than the fact that everyone else in the world's using the smaller white. There's no other reason to use it.
Yeah, but you've kind of contradicted yourself, because everyone else does use it, so if you are wanting this game to truly
But they use
kick
it.
off
They
in New
use it
Zealand-
because they have the coin-operated tables.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean it's become standard for the world to use it?
Yeah, I suppose. Don't know.
So I understand your point, but
How many players have we got playing at a world level? Though?
very few. Maybe you. And
None. No, I mean even competing. Like,
Mr. Proctor.
chance for Adam here. Dry break for Neil.
Yeah, there's another one of those ugly dry breaks rearing their heads, and Nessa there, you're definitely a fan of a sure thing.
Reds are looking good. Doesn't want to flick the red onto the rail here on the way through. He's avoided it. He's just lost the white a little. I don't know if he's quite gone far enough to be on the one into the left corner. It looks like he might have just
I think he might have gotten onto
just got
this.
through there.
It doesn't look like it from this angle, but I can guarantee you that small white is misleading
past.
and it sneaks past. It's one thing that you also have to think about transitioning between the white balls, is that the small white ball actually allows you more opportunity to play those wee sneaky shots.
Mistake from Adam there. He was trying to slip past that red and take the red on the right hand side there into the.
We almost
into the
ran
top right
full
corner.
ball into it. What was he trying to sneak past?
Well, he potted it thick. He potted the ball in the middle too thick.
He was wearing big clomping boots trying to sneak past that. He needed to take them off.
Big shot here. He's missed it. This game's not over yet, guys.
Tell you what, it's actually not married up to the yellow. That was my first thought. So the one in the middle is on.
Well, he's got a pretty open table here.
Yeah, so that's the shot there. He may, if he can get onto that one next to the yellow at the bottom of the table early, then that's going to be really fascinating. He might even play it now. I reckon he'd play that now. He might be missing a trick here unless he can get better pos on it.
Oh, what about that?
Oh, shut up, John. You don't know what you're talking about.
We've got to get this white ball out of here, though. Plays it with too much top spin, it can skid against the rail and then go into the red.
I tell you, that shot that Neil just played was a massive middle finger to me because I didn't see that at all, and I'm here and he's there, so
he's got to get the white ball as high up the table as he can here. Oh yeah, he's avoided that. He's avoided that really, really well.
Yeah, he didn't want to hit the red, did he?
No, he's missed.
What would have killed it?
Early on in the match, he missed 2 shots like this, just identical shots. So let's see how he cues this one. Yeah,
much
cued
better.
A lot better.
Oh,
So
the
now,
confidence.
Just,
tell you what.
It's just going to be that finding a transitional shot to get to the 8 ball. Because I don't believe it passes to the bottom right.
If he wants to screw back a little on this and leave a similar kind of angle, you reckon, but not quite the same.
Just got to be careful not to overrun. Basically, he wants to be, well, even if he's straight on this yellow into the middle, that'll be good enough because he can draw the cue ball back to the side rail and he'll have a shot on the 8.
I reckon the 8 passes the red, you know.
Yeah, he does definitely that way.
Yeah.
He's short though.
I was saying that as if it was a revelation, but I didn't actually think it did before
Sure,
then.
this is not easy now. He might have to take the 8 into the middle if it doesn't go into this corner. He's having a good look at it.
The NZP regulation balls, yeah, on a 7-foot table they're all 2 inches, Jan. But of course for the reds and yellows, that'll do just
He'll
nicely.
He's giving himself a shot.
For the reds and yellows, obviously the cue ball is 1 and 7/8
this in?
inches.
12-10, can he do it? Looks good.
Yes,
Looks good.
he can.
Holy.
Bob the Builder
Wow.
can fix it.
Yeah, man.
Yes, they
So the second camera angle that we're seeing now, the replay shows that was actually quite a difficult shot. It was quite, wasn't as straight as it looked from the other angle. So really, really good cue in there from Neil. Good finish. Important. Punish those mistakes in one
Definitely.
visit. Don't give Adam another chance in that frame. Put a bit of doubt in his mind.
On to the hills. Sorry. Just that song that was playing in the background, I really like it. It's a
Last
Iron
frame's
Maiden
always
Run
the
to the
hardest
Hills.
win.
Yep. Being a metalhead myself, I love this sort of tune. I need to grow my hair long if I'm really going to do that though. I used to have long hair, but that, funnily enough, was when I was not a metalhead. Used to have long curly hair, right? All in.
Adam Shaw to break. 12-10.
Can he avoid the desert on this break?
Oh, the white's kicked in.
Oh!
And as the tide turned again.
How amazing is that?
Look at the spread as well.
Oh, that's yum yum. Get in my tub.
So I think I'd be trying to develop the red and the yellow down the bottom with the free shot.
You've got a free shot, you have to. You just want to pick him up and shake him and say, get them whacked. Get them away from each other. Romeo and Juliet, the star-crossed lovers, get them separated. or at the very least get onto one of them. I don't know why you would... sorry, I was talking out of turn.
So Neil not, again, inexperienced with the rules, not using the free shot at all.
Tournament referee, I don't believe there is. I think it's basically a gentlemanly style of refereeing. The player not at the table assumes the role of referee. I reckon you could call somebody in to watch a shot anyway, as long as both players agree that it's all good.
So the red does pass into the corner there, as you can see. I don't think he passes into this bottom corner, so he has to try and get around the back of it at some stage. Really surprised that he didn't use that free shot.
Maybe he just didn't want to overcomplicate things, but then again, with a free shot...
Well, he's overcomplicating it by not using it.
By not using it, yeah, so point taken.
But again, just that, maybe that inexperience with the rules.
Is he straight enough?
If this is straight, then he's perfect here.
And it's this ball and not the one in the middle, I reckon.
He just has to draw the white ball back 3 or 4 inches. Now he's just off straight, so he's going to have to come down for this one first and leave the red in the centre till last. He's just overrun this. Does it go in the middle?
Not past the 8. It's still on in the corner pocket, but it's a much harder shot.
Well, he should be running into the balls in the centre of the table, so he needs a bit of luck here.
He just needs to not think about them. Just
hit the yellow full ball. He's hit it half ball. He's made. Oh, he's not made the pot.
He's not made the. I thought he had. I thought that was going to draw and go in. So, Adam Shaw, how are you feeling? Where's your money?
Big chance to win the match. Don't know if he's on this yellow in the centre of the free on the right hand side, so he's going to have to go up the table first.
I know what you're looking at.
Don't know if he's on it.
No, he's taken too long.
He is. He's using his extension
I think
here.
He would have played it straight away if it were on. That's how you generally tell if a ball like that is on. How quickly the player gets down to it and plays it. Look at this run. Jesus, put the brakes on.
Yeah, so the sooner he gets rid of these 2 balls that are closest to the rail, the more guaranteed this finish is. He doesn't really want to be leaving them 2 till last and then having to play a positional shot down to the 8. Not given the situation and the pressure. If this was in practice,
Get away from the yellow.
If this was practice, he'd just mop these up, no problem. But
I think he might be touching the ball here.
no, he's okay.
No, he's all right. He's still looking at it, staring at it.
He doesn't want to be straight though, because he doesn't want to have to take the ball that he's next to next. He wants to get rid of the ones on the rail, just like that. There you go. Because now he can drop this in. And
if he's just off straight on this, he may be able to use the natural spread to go for the next one on the rail. Maybe.
I think he's actually dead straight, and he doesn't want to be, because he's going to have a quite a tricky next shot into the middle, and
then the hard one down the rail last.
Yeah. No, he actually could get the white off the rail. That's okay.
Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Because I think with this shot anyway, you're just looking to pot it.
Well, you just got to pot. You're
going
to have a shot.
Too much about the white ball, because you know you're going to have a shot.
You can't run out of position here. You've just got 3 pots to make. Just got to execute.
Well, that's the mental process, isn't it? You've just got 3 pots to make, and
yeah, that's pretty
but
good.
At the minute, it's 1 pot to make, and then your next shot, it's 1 pot to make.
Probably a little bit. Would have liked probably a little bit more angle, just so that he doesn't have to hit this too hard. He has got to get down to pretty much in line with the 8 ball down the long rail. Doesn't want to overrun and going off.
Better to overhit this than underhit it.
Doesn't want to go in off.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't want to go in off.
No, he's all right. He's okay. He took the
He's
rail
all right.
quite
Got away
early.
with it. And this for the match.
Dead right you are, Simon. So this is for all of the cheddar. Chance to put his feet up and watch the rest of the games. Maybe. And down it goes.
The local crowd goes wild. Well played, Adam Shaw. Great win. Unlucky Neil Walle. Good effort.
What a great show though. Neil Walle, he's might have lost this game, but he's won a few more.
Yeah, what a match to start this
More
event.
fans. Look at the embrace at the end of it. The players know what this means, so he'll be back. Said he wanted to play in this next year, even before he'd struck a ball. Hopefully we will see him back.
I think we're going to have a short break, and that's me done for the commentary. I'll be off now, but I'm sure John will be joined by someone else. There'll be some interviews coming up, and then we've got the next match at 1:30.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simon.
Put your hands together for Sure Thing and the gentleman. What a great display. A fantastic display, Paul, and it just shows what long races are all about, that a player can be way down and then make a comeback. It's a privilege that you guys, Neil, that you travelled so far to come up here. Great display, and look, enjoy the hospitality of the Racecourse Hotel. We thank all our sponsors. But look, again, hands together, and we're going to quickly get into the next match. These guys, give them a hand. Unreal. Test, 1, 2, test. Ladies and gentlemen, after that amazing match, we've got another incredible match coming up. Two players, one that hasn't travelled too far but originally did, one that's come all the way down from the North Island, and he's brought an entourage with him. And I didn't think it was that many. He's kicking up a storm. Originally from Porirua, spent 10 years down here in Canterbury, currently in Palmerston North. Let's give it up for Brent Walle! And our next player, who needs no introduction to most from Canterbury, I believe originally from Scarborough, but currently living in Christchurch, was in the North Island, could be a gypsy. Put on a great display last year, these guys did. So let's give it up for Adam Lightning Lily! So best of luck, guys. We're actually into it. Good luck.
Yep. Righty ho. After the amazing first match that we had, we now have a second game. Adam Lilly versus Brent Wells. It is a lag to break. The closest to the bottom rail gets the break. And Adam Lilly wins that, so he will tee it off first up here in the second match of the Great Southern Knockout 2. This is coming live to you from the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge in Sockburn, Christchurch, New Zealand. For those of you who have tuned in from outside New Zealand, a massive thank you, and for those of you who have tuned in from inside New Zealand, also a big thank you, each and every one of you, much appreciated for joining us at this time. For those of you who are not familiar with me, my name is John the Voice Saundercock, and for at least the first 5 or 10 minutes of this game I will be commentating solo. Michael the Coach Hayes will be joining me after that time to be my co-pilot. What's the pick on this particular game, asks John Pitcorn. Adam Lilly is the favourite in this one by a decent distance, even though it must be said Brent Wells has been in a massively rich vein of form this year. As early as this pool season's been, it's only mid-April, he's already won 4 tournaments this year, so he'll be feeling it at the moment. The question will be, how well does he transition to this particular game, having played all the Chartered Club stuff? So we will find out in the next at least 13 frames, and maybe up to 25. And Adam finding out very quickly how tight those jaws are in the corner pockets. So as it is, it's still an open table, so Brent can take the red that he's left over the bag. Just again a very quick shout out while I have the opportunity to do so to our sponsors, of course On Cue for the stream and for the table, New Zealand Pool Promotions for getting this event set up and running. You've got DB Breweries for sponsors, Kevlar Homes, which some people who support the game have actually used to build their homes. The Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, of course, as the venue. You've got Shore Queues, which you'll see top left of your screen. Anytime Fitness Rangiora, that's Paul Blackler, that's my uncle, so if you want to get yourself to a healthier place, go see him. Then you've got Stellar Recruitment, that is the company that Alex Stones is in a role for. And as far as I know, that's all the sponsors, so if there are any that... Oh yes, and Paul Canterbury, sorry about that, Waddy. Massively into this event as well. Former Cantabrian here, Brent Wells, now lives in Palmerston North, where he's developed a cult following, it must be said. Mind you, everywhere he goes in New Zealand he's got a cult following. He's a massively popular man. He used to be the manager and I believe owner of Q Time when that was still kicking around in Christchurch before the earthquake put pay to it. It was a major 9-ball venue in New Zealand, not just in Christchurch. But then he moved to Paihia, I believe, just outside of Auckland, and now he resides in Palmerston North. So just like Johnny Cash, he's been everywhere. Beautiful control here from Adam. You're seeing it early, picking up the speed of the table soon on. It's so important that you do that. It's a problem that our previous players had. Adam Shaw and Neil Walle both took a few frames to really get the speed of the table and the cloth and the rails down. Adam was, I think, first on that boat, partially due to the score being the way it was. He led 5-1 at one point before Neil clawed it back, but Adam already looks like he's fairly close to getting it sorted. Both of these players did have an opportunity to practice on this table before the game started, so that would have been of a massive help, and say that, and he's just missed that relatively simple pot to the middle pocket. But also, if they wanted to, they could have come down last night and had a hit on the table. I don't know how many of the players here actually availed themselves of that, but they would have. Adams just pointed to the rack. He wants it removed, so Baden Jackson's there to take the shark rack away. Because the white ball's tracking over the rack, it might change direction slightly. Oh, look at that for a pot. How about that? Evertson. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Stefan, or Stephen, whichever way you choose to pronounce that. And it is an easy thing to do with a fast table with slick cloth. That's ended up nowhere near where he's wanted it to. He was wanting another rail, and for the white ball to be somewhere near the middle of the table. So he hasn't used his extension here, and by the looks of it, he's not going to. Find out here if what he's looking for. Doesn't want the in off, and as far as the white ball position goes for a safety, that's not too bad. Brent Wells now has got to make his mind up here. I think there's only one thing in his wheelhouse here. He's going to have a go at this. Not much else going, and that is a beautiful pot down the rails, so gives himself any opportunity he wants here. Just needs to make one more like that. And, oh, it stayed up! I thought for a moment gravity would actually do its job and that would drop, but not to be. I think something's caught his eye there, and he stood up, got back down, and down it goes, so no problems. Pretty eventful first frame that Adam Lilly leads 1 frame to 0. Wonderful song that, Back in Black by AC/DC. Sort of ties in well with Thunderstruck by the same band as Adam's entrance song. Oh, he's made a ball off the break, but then he's made the white ball as well, so automatically now you would have to back Adam to finish this frame off, even though it's only his first shot. Look at how well the balls have lain for him. And really he's going to half a safety first up. Okay. That was his free shot, folks, so using that to try and push the red onto the rail and taking the yellows with his shot to establish the set. Back to the normal camel, that's a cigarette. Normal camera view. Not happy with the rack again. That's the problem with the shark rack. It's a lovely innovation to the game, but sometimes it is a problem when it is sitting there and it's could interfere with a shot. Requires a steady pair of hands to extricate it. Gets a little bump on the red to take it away from the black. James Hayes, yes he is here. Neil Lowe. Screw back, and that's a good bump on the red. Would have been hoping for something to impact that white ball, because where it was running, that yellow that he's playing now wasn't on. Brings that in, and that yellow definitely looks like it will pass the red. So if you were ever wondering about what he was going to do next, that the yellow does pass the red, so that's not going to be a problem. Just roll it in and make sure you weren't too close to the red. And he's straight enough on this, he doesn't need to do anything much with it, just needs to roll it in. As it is, he's gone for the same pocket for the 8, and he's actually done that quite well. A lot of players would have just run that in and put the 8 in the middle, but confident enough to play the rail, and as such he leads 2 frames to 0 in seemingly no time. So for the first time today and for many a frame, I welcome Michael Hayes to the booth.
Hey John, great to be back on the commentary with you. Yeah, looking forward to calling this match.
Oh, weren't you just rubbing your hands at this, weren't you?
Oh, absolutely, man. And we've been a bit busy, obviously, the first half of the day with a lot of the organisation and getting things ticking here. But yeah, everything seems to be running smoothly now. The first match was an absolute blockbuster, and yeah, now looking forward to being able to sit down and enjoy this match and do our best at calling it.
Yeah, well, hopefully these two guys will give us a lot of material to use. Jodie Chapman, I do say that your mum is here. I believe you are Frankie Chapman's daughter. That's the connection I'm making anyway, but yes, she is here, and she's actually made a comment before when she wasn't here. Using that free shot quite wisely was Brent. He's gotten himself slightly out of position, however, on this red next to the yellows at that end of the table, so he's going to have to flag that as an option and take the one he just promoted.
I'll tell you what, John, I just took 5 minutes just to do a couple of things before I joined you on the commentary, and I see that Adam Lilly's already 2-0 up, so he must have rattled off those first couple of frames pretty quickly, did he?
He did. They've both been very open frames, and Brent actually had a chance to win that first frame, but he played a ball down this near rail and very nearly made it. It just rattled and sat there, and Adam mopped it up. But then the next frame, he just cleaned it up like it was nothing. That's what you come to expect from Adam, actually.
That's a good long pot to start. Tough, always tough queuing off the rail and length of the table, and yeah, great starter.
Also with the shark rack there as well, you having to put that out of your head. Whoops. I think he wanted to catch the rail closer to the ball and maybe borrow that ball in behind the red rather than pot it.
Yeah, I think you're right, but unfortunately he's just misjudged that one. And I was looking at the spread of balls here, John, and it sounds like the first couple of frames are quite open, but a few balls tied up in the middle of the table and a couple on the left for Brent, so might not be one visit stuff in this frame. It's going to be interesting to see how the guys go about developing it.
No, he's all right. That's wound up ugly for him. He's actually gone the ultra aggressive approach and got the balls out with his free shot, but he's ended up not in a very nice place here. It's always the risk when you play a shot like that you end up ugly.
Can he just see enough to cut this one to the corner?
Looks that way, yeah, no
great
problems.
Shot. It's sort of opened the chance back up here, so we've got that one red on the far side of the tables we're looking at near the middle. It could be a little bit problematic.
Get onto it now, I reckon. Take the rail, get onto it.
Look at that white, just keep running. This table's so quick, and it's always the
that'll
challenge.
do.
It's a nice kick, but it's always the challenge for these guys at the start of the match. It's just to try and get the feel for this table as quickly as possible, because as we've touched on before, it's the pace is very different to what the guys are used to playing on.
It was a wee bit of buck each way, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and probably not the worst one to kind of cover the pocket. Adam does still have those, a few problem balls on the yellows, but I'm sure Brent was going for that. He left a good angle on the red to sort of run out the finish, so I think he's looking at the long double here.
Double, yep. Controlled it. No. That's not too bad. I don't think that's what he was wanting to do, but he's pushed it on the rail, which is a second prize. I was thinking the long double, if he controls it, he maybe gets that pocket where the black's likely to go into, but then again, I'm here, not there. Oh, what a double.
Beautiful shot from
And he
Rosie.
got position, and he can break that black away with this.
Almost just controlling the white. How knows he's probably just going to go for that one to the middle.
Make it simple.
What do we think he's doing with the 8 ball here? He possibly wanted a bit
In the
more angle on
corner.
this.
I reckon it's in the corner. It's more on than it looks. Remembering the small white ball makes that shot easier.
So you think that actually cuts to the corner past that yellow, does it? about
No,
to
I'm
find out.
looking at the bottom right corner.
Yes, same. So yes, yeah. So he obviously.
And yes,
can-
I would say that's on, but he doesn't seem to be doesn't seem to have that as an issue at all, really. No. Well, just the way he went about it. I know he's missed it, but the way he went about it, maybe he was looking at the double the whole time.
I think actually it was probably the shot before when he got position on that last red. I think he was probably hoping to have a little bit of angle to pop the red to the middle and just travel the white into the yellow to nudge the yellow out the way and leave the black on. But yeah, unfortunately just didn't quite get the angle right, and it's given an opportunity back to Adam. So looking to cut this one inside the black here, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
The big pocket, nicely
Oh,
played.
yes. Nothing wrong with those. Even if you don't quite get it, there's every chance it'll just sit over the hole and make a menace out of itself. And remember that he's got time here. He can play for a safety if he doesn't like the look of something. At the moment they're all on though, so you'd expect him to try and mop these up. Thank you very much. Greg Crowdis as well, I need to give a big thank you to for manning the control table for this, and we didn't get the split.
Unlucky he went for it there, and it's got tougher now, but plenty of opportunities to play safe here, so he doesn't need to force this one. Just a good controlled safety, and I'm thinking he'll be looking to stun on this one on the right hand side and sit the white on the back of that yellow, opening them up.
Kill the white ball on the yellow, eh?
Just got to watch that you don't get into it too much though. Again, with this cloth being so slick, it's very easy to get a little bit too much into it and pull that white back too far.
Also to ensure that you make a rail.
Exactly like
there you
that.
go.
And that is a very tough shot to judge, and on a slower cloth, it's much easier to get that shot right, but a lot trickier on this table.
The other option would have been to just play it normally. Just play it to run the white ball into the yellow rather than try to stun it behind it.
Yeah, you're right. He did have a couple of options, and at the end of the day, you know,
Yes.
sometimes there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with the option. It's just the execution, and unfortunately, Adam didn't quite get that one right. But like we said, early days and plenty of time to get the hang of the pace of the table.
Yeah, Adam looked pretty filthy with himself too, so maybe he had a few more things going on in his head when he was playing that shot, and he ended up sort of halfway in between shots. Either way, Brent Wells gets himself off the schneid here. Hello fans, as a clear fan of Brent Wells, thank you for being with us. Must be said as well for all of you who are watching as that break is successful from Brent. If you have questions, if you have comments, anything you wish to add, please do make a comment and we can answer any questions that you have to the best of our ability. So fire them in, folks. We're not shy.
Just want to get in quickly off the back of you giving Greg a shout out there, John, because obviously being involved in organising this, it's a huge job, and there is a lot of people who have helped us out to make this event a reality, and a lot of people putting in a lot of time for nothing. So yeah, just a big thank you to everybody who's been a part of this and supported it and helped it happen. It's it's a team job, and yeah, we couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you very much.
So Brent elected not to pot a ball with his first shot, even though there were a few on. Obviously it was quite an ugly table from where he was, so decided discretion was the better part of valour and just dropped the safety in. Yeah, a lot of people are actually picking an Adam Lilley versus Des Wilcox final. I know that's what Stevie D was looking at. Steve Denton, when he was interviewed by Alex Stones on Tuesday this week, he was predicting it would be a Des Wilcox versus Adam Lilley final. You're thinking it might be Brent Wells, and wouldn't discount that at all, especially if Brent gets into a flow here. He's got the game to mop anyone up. He's already got a frame on the board, so we'll see how it goes from here.
Yeah, it's been really good fun just seeing all the various people with all their predictions and stuff, and it's probably one of the best things about this tournament is that the calibre of players is so high that the matches are genuinely very difficult to pick, and it was one of the things we talked about a lot when we were organising it, is that we want 8 players who are all genuinely capable of winning this tournament on their day, and like I say, it's makes predicting these matches and results very difficult. So yeah, it's really cool to see what all the various people think and who they think is going to take it out.
Ooh, wondering if this is on, and again, small white ball versus close to the yellow. Took a wee bit of time on that, more than you'd normally expect from a ball that was on as it was, but you just want to make sure, don't you?
He's played it nicely. So this frame here, now the balls are all on, it really just boils down to the black, and I wonder if he might almost look to nudge into the red and black here, just to make that black on.
Just like that.
And unfortunately, gone a little bit too fast and doesn't go to the corner past this yellow, but the black is still a lot more in the open now, so he's at least given himself a sniff.
Baden again being recruited to move the shark rack. Already getting some table action early.
Oh, it's great
Not
that we've
even
got
his game yet.
It's great that we've got some of the players, they really support this event and are happy to help us out with the various bits and pieces. So,
shot.
Really appreciate it.
You beauty, now it is on. He's controlled that quite magnificently. I reckon he's been playing some snooker as well, because that's a snooker type shot. Just a wee nick on something to make it on and stay in position for your ball. That smacks of snooker to me.
Challenge on this one, this probably just looks like he's going to be elevated queuing over. Oh no, he's just beside the red, but always a little bit challenging when you've got an obstacle in the way of your bridge. No problem.
What
at all.
obstacle? What red?
Look at that position, fantastic
Listen
shot.
to the crowd as
Love
well.
it.
Oh, look at me. Let's replay that whole thing as well. I loved it. Love what he did after he potted this black. Yeah. Are you listening? Bad boy for life. Bit of P. Diddy there for you guys who may not know.
I must admit, John, I had a lot of fun this year setting up all the music on the keyboard for all the
that's
in-between
good.
frames.
What
and
a
stuff.
great job that is.
Yeah, it was. I mean, a music fan myself. I know we spoke about this a bit on the commentary last year, so that's one of the bits I enjoyed doing. And yeah, it's some great atmosphere to the room that we can, we've got the big PA system set up and we're able to blast the tunes in between matches and just keep the buzz going. So yeah, it's a great start for Adam Lilly, 3-1 lead over Brent Wells.
And he's queuing so magnificently. He's already got that flow going that we love, and he's playing reasonably quickly but not rushing. That's the thing, rushing versus playing quickly, there is a definite difference between the two.
You're right, and that's one of the biggest challenges I know I've worked on myself over the years, John, is just trying to find that perfect pace to play it, and everybody's a wee bit different, and some people do find that a slightly more measured, slower approach works best for them, others a bit quicker, and it's often a fine line. A little bit too quick or too slow can throw you off, but if you can find that perfect flow, then some frames can be rattled off very quickly.
Exactly, and some players conversely get the wrong side of that and they rush, and it's that extra second that sometimes determines whether something goes right or not. If you just have a look at the table rather than just getting to the table and just trying to play a ball, it's so good to just look at what you're doing rather than just doing it.
So see, we've got Nessa Proctor on the chat commenting that Simon will win this comp, and not a bad pick. I mean, Simon is the defending champion from last year, and his track record in big events in the last few years speaks for itself. So
that's impressive.
Not a bad pick. Good started from Wellesley, did well to keep the white on the table.
I see that chalk that he's using, it's that ultra fine chalk. I just noticed it now as he was moving it. You know much about the chalk? I know it's quite a technical question, but then again, you are a Q Sports coach.
It's an interesting one. I mean, there is quite a few different chalks out there on the market these days, and yeah, like the consistency of the chalk does vary a bit. I've tried a similar one to the one Brent's using. I'm not sure if it's the exact same one, and for myself, I personally don't quite like those finer ones. I sometimes find they don't hold to the tip quite as well, and often if you've got a harder tip, it does mean quite a bit of chalking. And
Spread on the table too. It ends up on the table, and you have to brush it off.
But hey, at the end of the day, everybody's got their own preferences, and if that's what works for Wellesley, then that's exactly what he should be using.
Chance here to get. Looks, he's going to ask for the rack to be removed again, but if he can avoid these reds, then that yellow near the spot definitely goes into that same middle pocket he's looking at for this first yellow.
So yeah, it does look like he should have a natural angle to run sort of round between the reds and hopefully leave himself an angle to pop the next yellow back to that same middle pocket. See how he gets on with it. We've called it. Now it's on Brent to do it. No pressure, Brent.
Well, it's one thing to actually say something about it, and it's second thing entirely to do it.
Oh, beautifully played.
Oh, yes.
And yes, it's the beauty of pool. We all know it's incredibly easy from the sideline. We can see exactly what to do, and when we're on the sideline, we're never going to miss anything. But when you're in the heat of the arena with all the pressure and...
Oh, just as you said that. So funny you just say that and he misses. It's almost as if it were destined to happen.
A bit of the commentator's curse there, it often creeps in, but no, it's something we saw a few shots in the first match as well, and especially when the shot clock pressure starts coming into it. And it's something that, some of the guys at home might not appreciate, having not tried it out, but as soon as you start hearing that beeping in the background, or you can even just, the players in the arena, they can see the shot clock out the corner of their eye, they can see the bar getting down, and it adds that extra little bit of pressure that you wouldn't normally have to deal with. So definitely a challenge for these guys.
I think for Adam Lilly it's less of a challenge for him than anyone, maybe barring Simon Singleton, because the pace at which he plays the shot clock never becomes an issue unless he gets himself in trouble, in which case, you take those extra 5-10 seconds, but in general play, the pace at which he plays, you would never expect him to ever run into shot clock problems.
So it's a great opportunity here for Adam. All the balls in the open. Really should be taking this one out. Not sure if I'm putting the mockers on him again, but
you've already put the kibosh on Brent once.
I have, so
don't be. At least be an equal opportunity.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, equal opportunity spoiler.
But I imagine here he'll just want to stun across ever so slightly.
What's it clean, does he?
I think the best shot is probably just to finish slightly high on the red to the right, just so that you can basically cut it into that bottom corner, run off the bottom rail, and just track back up towards the table to have a shot on the black. So we'll see which way he goes about this. But yeah, I think just a very, very gentle stun on this, just to stun slightly past the centre of the table.
So Adam's asked for the red to be cleaned here. I think. Careful, Baden. I think the reason why that is there must have been a chalk spot near where the cue ball's going to contact it. And when that happens, if the cue ball does hit the chalk spot, then that sometimes will cause a kick because the surface of the ball will be imperfect from the chalk mark being on it. If that underplayed that slightly, so it was actually if that makes any sense.
The shot before that was probably the one that he got slightly wrong on, John. It's just that pace of the table again. Like I said, he probably just wanted a gentle stun just beyond the centre of the table, but it just kept drifting and left him straight. But has he got this one? Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, does it? Especially when you're still hitting them that well, it won't. Here's a swirl, straight G's here.
No one's more G than you, John.
I am the OG.
Straight thugging. To be honest, Brent Wells with the nickname Brother
Harmony here.
We've got Brother Love on the table. That's a pretty ghetto name if we ever heard one.
If we were to make a Bone Thugs and Harmony group, who would be the Harmony, That's a question for the ages, isn't it? I don't think I'd be the harmony because my voice is too low.
But I did say to him, I said, it's too late now, you might not win another 4, so just go on. 13-4. Yeah, he wants thunderstroke.
For every frame he wins. Oh yeah. By live, yeah. That's what we'll play if he loses, right? We're just talking about the music again, and apparently Adam wanted Thunderstruck to be played after every frame he wins.
It's a bit selfish, isn't it, John? What about the crowd? Don't they want to hear a bit of variety?
Exactly.
No.
What are you thinking about yourself for?
Fortunately for Adam, I'm the one sitting here with the hand on the keyboard for the music, and I'm even more selfish than Adam, and I'll be playing the songs I want to play. So we'll have a bit of a mix.
If the rest of you,
John, like if there can't be some perks for setting this thing up,
you don't want to know about it.
Exactly.
You don't even want to be involved in the process if you can't get some enjoyment out of it.
It's like I said last year. The only reason I wanted to do this was to plug my own business, and this year I just want to play the music I want to listen to. If everybody else gets to enjoy some pool, then that's just a bonus.
As well as watching the pool that you want to watch, which you are most definitely doing here.
It's fantastic pool. We love it. Looks like Brent is still searching for the pace of the table a little bit. You see he's not quite getting as precise position as he'd like, and a great chance there, and it's getting a little bit trickier. Oh, nicely played though. Beautiful little tick off that yellow.
Used that yellow magnificently for position.
Bit of check side just so that it would straighten up off the rail. Got himself back into position nicely. So yeah, you can see already you can see the key shot is going to be getting from the red to the black, and it's often what these top guys are looking for when they've got the balls on for the finish, is they're trying to work out what's going to be the ball they're going to play before the black, so they can get good position and then work the rest of the clearance around that.
They're almost working it backwards, aren't they? They're going from the black back to their first ball, and how to link that up from there.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the biggest differences between your sort of amateur
get away from there. Get away from there.
Pace on that table, outrageous. I
Sad.
thought when he first hit that, I thought he'd played that at pretty good weight, and it just kept running and running and running. And yeah, just another example where the pace of this table is very tricky for the players. It really is a lot faster than the 7-foot tables we usually play on, so big challenge to adapt fast.
Has to just miss this yellow near that pocket to contact the black, which he has done.
And he's judged that well, because doubling off these rails is very difficult as well. They slide a bit more wider when you play them slow, and straighten a bit more when you play it harder, a bit more like a 9-foot table. So well judged by Brent to get out of that, but he'll be disappointed he didn't capitalise on that chance, and he's handed the initiative back to Adam, who just seems to be, getting his tail up and getting some momentum early.
Well, Adam's got almost total confidence in his game at the moment, it would seem to me, and he's got the pace of the table down quicker than Brent has. Maybe not 100%, but he's closer to it. So he's, on the back of that, got the confidence to play the shot knowing that A, he's going to pot it, and B, he's going to get that position that he wants. And you see all these finishes that he's done, his position has been very good for the most part. There's just these little flicks and traces of side that he uses is one way that you know that he's playing with confidence. There's one thing that even he said on commentary once when he was doing it with me, is that a person's cueing well when they're putting that little trace of side on a lot of shots, where otherwise they just play it plain ball. Adam's doing that himself, and there's a shot for the TV cameras. Don't go on off though.
I'll tell you what though, John, it was the shot before that where he was just a little bit relaxed, and it just got him into trouble, because the one before he just didn't screw back far enough and got himself the wrong side of straight. But great recovery and great black. Where's that cue ball going?
No, he's fine. Nowhere near it.
Yeah, we'll throw him a bone. We'll throw his Thunderstruck on since he played such a good shot.
Is he going to give the camera a thumbs up? Nah, rude. Let him into the traffic and he didn't even thank you. So Mike will be back very shortly. But for the moment it's just me on the comms. And dirty kiss off the red, so in off the break, and Brent Wells is 5-1 down. It's obvious to say that when you can see it right in front of your face, but now is the opportunity with a free shot behind the bolt string to really get a frame here and really re-establish himself, because just earlier on in this game when he won that frame before, he looked really good in doing so. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there. It looked like he was wanting to push the yellow onto the rail perhaps, and he over-cued it, but we will find out if that comes back to bite him. This may be with a trace of left to hit the yellow, which he does, and he's not on the red that he was intending to be on, but he is on a red, and that's the important thing. Now his pace is going to be so important with this. Oh, it didn't drop. He's trying to cheat the pocket to get it as straight as possible, but he ripped it off too much. So Adam now looks like it's to play a double perhaps. And well, that's not ended up the way he wanted it to. At the very least he was looking to mess something up there, but the yellow and the red are in the wrong order there. So Brent, if he can get onto that red that's near that corner pocket, should be fine. Just need to work into it from there, which he has done. So I'd imagine now just to miss this yellow and coast for the red in the middle pocket.
He just wants to get straight on it as possible, because as soon as you get a bit wide you start getting further away from the next red, but he's done well, so probably just wants to run through. I imagine, I guess you can go two ways. You just definitely don't want to end up straight on this next red. You want to either live yourself close to the rail with a bit of angle to stun back out to the centre, or leave yourself a bit short so that you can stun into the rail and back out.
Oh, he's ended up right in the middle, hasn't he? He's left himself pretty straight here.
Yeah, so he might almost take a similar option to what Adam did on the last one, screwing back.
Just screw it straight
rail.
back.
I can't quite see what angle he's got though.
He's going to play the double. Yeah. Well, we've seen him play a number of good doubles in this game, so it's also the easiest shot to get position for as well. Yep. Nothing wrong with that. If it works, it works. Doesn't matter what it looks like. Yeah, as you see the replay of that double to win that frame. You see that little cue flick at the end of the shot too. That's like a go on, come on sort of thing.
Something I really like about what he did there, John, is it's a bit of a statement shot, you know, like he could have taken on, you know, a more ambitious shot on the red to get better position on the black, but when you're playing a top player and you can just sort of drop it in and back yourself to sink the double and sink it, it just sends a message to your opponent that you've got game and they need to be careful what they leave you. So yeah, good option from Brent, and that might give him a little bit of a confidence booster that he needs to get back into this match.
Also, it's the knowledge that you can back your plan B too, because his plan A would have been just to roll that black in the corner pocket, but that wasn't possible, so he rerouted and made the double to win the frame instead, so he gets the added bonus of being able to break this frame.
Looks like Freeman on the chat enjoying this match and backing Adam Lilly to make the final, and yeah, he's absolutely living up to his nickname. He's made a very fast start, but long way to go. I mean, we saw in the first match already, you know, Adam Shaw got up to a 5-1 lead and Neil turned that round pretty quickly, so when the guys are this good, you can't read too much into it. You know, a 3 or 4 frame gap is nothing really.
Or not, especially not in a race to 13. So much pool still to be played that you can never pick with any certainty who's going to win from this early stage.
No, and that's exactly, again, John, why when we created this event that, we were adamant these have to be proper long races, because when guys are this good, if you're only playing a race to 5 or 6, like in some of the big clubs ones, it becomes a bit of a lottery. You can have 2 good players, and it's just who gets to the table first will usually decide the results. So, if you can give them a proper longer match, over the course of a few hours, you will tend to find the better player more often than not.
Dropped a little safety shot in there to Brent just to get a ball close to a pocket.
It's not a bad option. I think it's something else as well that's really important at the top level when you're playing against these best guys, is that
look out for the skill shot. No, not far away.
So even if you are an attacking player yourself and you like to play quite positive, if your opponent has got their tail up and they've got full momentum, they're in full flow and they've rattled off 3 or 4 in a row, sometimes the best thing to do is just to give them a couple of shots in a row where they can't get a proper hand on the table, they don't have a proper pot on. So there is a lot to be said for sometimes
frustrating, isn't it?
Just playing that safety, just to try and kill your opponent's momentum. But even though Brent's run that red over the pocket, Adam still looks to be queuing and flowing pretty well. So
it's not going to bother him, is it? It's not going to really change the way he plays. He's going to have to be a little more careful with what he does with that red over the pocket, but it's not going to change the basic way he plays.
So the challenge here is just with the yellows on this bottom rail as we look at it. How is he going to get on those and what's he going to do with them? So I think looks like this one here will squeeze inside that red. If he's got the angle, he might be able to run through.
He's definitely got the angle. He needs to give this some though. And yeah, he's gotten a bit lucky there actually.
See, the tricky thing with what he did there is because he hit it harder and the cloth's quite slidey, the white actually ends up sliding a lot further to the side before the topspin grabs. So the trick to actually getting that yellow to move the way he wanted would have been to play a little bit slower, but he got a good second bounce off the other red and he's left himself in great position to take this frame out.
That's a fantastic shot that he just played as well, to really get into that cue ball and get it to run after the contact, because the smaller cue ball you really do have to give it some more, and it's a real test of cueing when you're hitting a ball full on like that and wanting to follow through. So I think he always knew with that shot as well that he was going to contact the red, so it's managing where you contact the red in order to get that shot on the black.
Good test of the cueing here on this black.
Bang! Have some of that. 6-2 Adam Lilly. Looked even more impressive on that angle, didn't it?
Cueing very well at the moment, Adam. Nice to see.
I love watching him when he's playing like this. I know it sounds extremely obvious, but when he's playing like this, he's an absolute joy to watch. This one part of his game that he needs to work on is his racking, it would seem. It's just having a bit of a meal with the shark rack here.
I would have thought giving the guys the template would make it as easy as possible to rack, but no, you got it this time?
No, he's all good. Simon was giving Neil Walle some stick for not getting the rack right in his match. Simon needs to be careful because what comes around goes around.
It's always the risk, eh? It's very easy on the commentary to bag the guys, and then suddenly it's your turn to get out there and do it.
It's worse when you have to play later on and Neil Walle's probably watching your game and just ready to stick the knife in you when you mess it up.
Oh, we know what it's like. I know, John, we were commentating together on that the Kiwi Pinot Cup at the Paul Canterbury room on the 9-foot tables recently, and I was definitely a bit guilty perhaps of being a little bit critical of some of the boys I'm playing with against up there on the mic, and then I had to jump up there last after all that chat and play, and it was definitely in the back of my mind I better get up there and do a half decent job since I've been talking all about it.
Yeah, you were giving it all that. Oh, absolutely hopeless. What are they doing? And
come on.
Then you go and play, and I think it was the first one you messed it up, and then got it right the next time. Graham Watson, aka Watty.
Guys doing awesome job, keeping everyone informed about what's going on. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Watty. If you guys do get onto, I believe, Facebook, he'll post that too. But there is a man who deserves well, I was going to say a beer, but he doesn't drink anymore, so he deserves an accolade at least for the amount of work and promotion that he's...
John.
I love you too, man.
It's getting hot in here, guys.
Yeah. But don't take clothes off. That's frowned upon in certain establishments.
I think we've got some Nelly on the playlist, but I don't
You
think
do,
we've got
but
that. We don't
but
have
not
Getting
hot in here.
so we'll have to give them a burn after this frame anyway.
Adam Lilly, while we're talking rubbish, is potting a whole bunch of balls, and he's only 2 away from another frame.
Really great to watch at the moment. He's just in full flow and making it look very easy.
Two rails.
You can see he's got the pace of the table much more down pat. Brent overrun that one a little bit, but shouldn't be any problems there.
He's going to screw into the rail too. Yep. Wasn't bothered with just playing it normally. He's made a real art form of screwing back into the rail when you've got a shot to the angle, and it just makes it look so easy. He's now 7-2 up.
I tell you what, John, we were, just a little bit, not worried, but just the first match just went slightly longer than sort of what we sort of planned for. So we were hoping that there might be a quick match at some point to get us back on track timing-wise. And Adam Lilly was obviously listening and has answered our prayers. So thank you, Adam.
We don't pray to any god, Mike.
The pool gods. I pray to the pool
Oh,
gods.
yes, okay. I stand corrected.
Pool a religion?
Should be.
Can you put that when you fill out the census?
Jedi used to be one.
I know that, yeah.
Some people actually listed themselves as Jedis in the census. I think it was 2006. Yeah, I think religion is best left to, well, not here anyway. It's a sore point for me, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
So I'll tell you what, guys, this match has barely been going 30 or 40 minutes, and Adam already on 7, so absolutely racing along, making Adam Shaw and Neil Walle look like absolute snails at the moment. Might be coincidence that Adam Shaw just sat down behind me.
Did you see the rack move? Did you see the shark rack move on that shot?
That was cruel, and that
I reckon that might have buggered that pot up.
Oh, absolutely, but that's, the guys have got the option at any point of getting the shark rack removed, and you always take that chance when you try and play shots over it. And yep, a lot of the time it's fine, but it only needs to be that 1 in 10 to cost you a key shot.
You were talking about shot. You were talking about gangsters before, but the way that he's had that nickname spelt is about as gangster as it comes.
Oh, that was exactly what I said. I thought Brent had the most gangster name in the field. I don't think we do prizes or awards for that, but if we did, he would probably take it out.
He's an amazing singer too, as well as being an excellent golf player and dart player, and apparently he's very good on the poker table as well. He's also an excellent singer.
Interesting, a lot of these top players are, sort of overachievers like that. Good at freaking everything.
Yeah. You're not a half bad golfer either, aren't you?
Not too sharp myself. I definitely enjoy playing. There's a lot of parallels between golf and your pool and snooker, which I really enjoy about it, but I would be absolutely lying if I tried to claim that I was a good player. I enjoy it though, John, and for me that's the main thing.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's the enjoyment that makes you come back to it, not so much whether you're any good at it or not. Obviously at this level it's enjoyment plus being good at it. It's extremely good at it, as some players are.
So I was wondering what Adam would be doing here with that yellow next to the black. For me, that was probably the key ball. So he's got the option here, he could pot it now, but I suspect what he'll probably do is take this yellow to the corner and try and get the white to pop into that yellow and develop it. But the trap here is that the white will slow down a lot when it hits that. It could get trapped behind the black and red, so...
Oh, don't you dare!
Wow.
Or did you see that one?
Unlucky.
That was also a possibility. I didn't see it until it actually happened, but it's a high risk shot.
Play a song after that, I'm not sure if we put anything anticlimactic on there.
High Hopes by Pink Floyd, maybe. Yeah, it's one of those that sort of takes your ability to speak away, doesn't it? Just momentarily, I didn't know what to say after that, because it's so unusual to see the black potted out of turn in this game, that especially from players of this calibre, that when it does happen, you don't know what to say about it. Anyway.
So it's interesting. So again, just coming back to that last shot that Adam played.
Funny! Look what he potted off the break. Now they're going to have to re-rack it.
Outrageous, but yeah, I just want to come back to that last shot, and so that split that Adam played that went wrong, it's a sort of shot that with a big white is a lot easier, because the big white doesn't lose the same momentum when it cannons into the other balls in the split. So with a big cue ball, he would have been able to play it with a lot more control without the same risk of the white ball sort of getting trapped. But it's always the hardest part of developing balls with the small cue ball, is that it can very easily sort of die on contact and get hidden. So it kind of forces you to play them with a bit more energy, and obviously that just, you know, gives runs the risk of something going wrong. And unfortunately, it was a very unlucky break for Adam.
This time, no, it's run dry.
Nice
So
hit, but no dice. Nice open spread.
That's what happened to, I think it was Adam Shaw in the first match. He potted the black off the break, so necessitated a re-rack, and on the second break he didn't pot a ball. So that's exactly what's happened to Adam Lilly here, and now Brent Wells has the opportunity to make a statement here after fortuitously winning that last frame. And once again, not having a bar of the first shot. I think he's just playing some mind games here, I reckon. It's just a calculated mind game, this.
I think he's just very wary as well of handing Adam good opportunities. He's seen that when Adam gets a sniff, he's clearing them in one visit every time. So I think Brent's just at the moment, he just really doesn't want to give Adam a nice open opportunity. And like we said before, it's just forcing Adam to play a couple of shots where there's not a pot on. It's just a good way of killing his momentum for a bit. It just allows Brent to grab a bit more of a foothold in the match. So it's showing his experience there. And, you know, again, we said earlier, we can't write guys off in this format, and they're all very experienced competitors. And the worm can turn very quickly, and it only takes a couple of good shots for Brent to start getting some flow on. So,
well, it forces Adam away from his natural game, which is to pot balls.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you're playing a lot of shots in a row where you're not potting a ball, sometimes it can throw you off slightly when you get a shot when you need to pot a ball. It's like when you're transitioning from safety to attacking. Sometimes you can't click into gear straight away when you're trying to attack.
Oh, you're right, and I always have said that I think snooker is the best game for the challenge of that, because snooker you can really have some extended periods of time where it's just safety and chipping off the reds and back behind the colours, and then when you suddenly get an opportunity to pot a ball and get in and you want to score heavy, it can be quite difficult when you haven't had the chances.
That's a wild woolly mess.
So that's perhaps just a sign that perhaps the pressure and the scoreline is starting to get to Brent a wee bit, because it's not a pot he should be missing in a million years, but he's missed it by a wee bit. So just got a wee bit of soul searching to do, just to try and regather his composure. And
that's fantastic.
Yeah, top shot.
Not
from
just
Adam.
for getting the split, but to moving the red somewhere else where it's easily pottable. There's so many players I play that not thinking about where the red goes, and Adam clearly knows what he wanted to do on that and played it beautifully.
Still plenty of work to do. I think that red next to the yellow by the middle is on. I think it might just be on, is it?
I reckon it is on.
So then that just leaves the two reds that are tight together just near the black spot. I think the combo or the plant to the corner might be on for those as well. So
Yeah.
even though it does look a bit tricky here, he might still just have some shots on those difficult balls.
Well, I also think
Again,
that helps. That really helps.
He was trying to set for the combo, and he's just overrun it slightly. And again, the pace of the table, just getting away from the guys when they're
I
stunning
think
it like that.
this is on. This is on past the yellow, in which case it's a beautiful shot.
Oh, if it is, then I need to be quiet, and I've misjudged that completely.
Yeah, shut up.
Shut up. There's a reason I'm not playing.
Even though you are good enough to play, but yeah, maybe unintentionally he's actually ended up better than he would have been. Because sometimes that happens, and when you get it, take it.
So I still just wonder with the... Yeah,
Whoops.
I think he was just aware that...
I think he's used his luck up there.
The problem was, John, is that while he could have sunk those two reds that were close together quite easy, he just couldn't afford to be playing the red next to the yellow last, and there's nothing gained from sinking a couple more balls, but then if your last ball is really difficult and you can't get Cozzy, it really hands the initiative back to Brent, so sometimes you're better off taking on a difficult one early and missing, but at least having options left on the table. And
What's
obstacles
happened
for your
there?
opponent. Has he called a foul on himself? Has he touched that with his hand?
He was not a...
Oh,
No,
no, he's just got asked for the extension by the looks.
he looked a bit annoyed actually. I just wondered whether he might have fouled, or maybe he's just not happy with what he did, and he needed a few extra seconds to compose himself.
A bit of a wild one on that one. He missed it by a wee bit, and
Obviously he hadn't gotten it out of his head fully.
yeah, it's not super straightforward for Brent. Just with a couple of balls on the centre of cushions, they're both tough pots. So I think he'll be just looking as early as possible and try and get himself into a position where he can clear those rail shots. And
Is he taking this one on now? Because he's missed it, but you see why he's done it now, because you see the red that's next to the yellow is not potable from there, so he's using that to his advantage to at least develop that hard yellow.
I definitely think that's a sign of where his confidence is at, though, because for me, when Brent is in full flow and playing confident, he would have potted that yellow that's covering that red first and backed himself to clear from there. So, but again, that's how pool goes. You know, you've got to play in the situation in the match, and yep, when you're up and playing well, you can back yourself. But yep, when you're behind, you just need to be a little bit more cautious.
You take
Sometimes
the more
play the
circumspect
conservative
shot.
option. Yep, and just make sure that you don't lose the frame first before you really push the envelope to try and win it.
Oh, there you go. Shane's just solved that riddle earlier for us. There was actually a rogue fly buzzing around
And that would
landed on
explain
him.
why
Yeah,
he looked pissed
why
off. That's pretty distracting.
It's like a shoe fly. He was aiming for the middle, by the way, folks, if you're just wondering. It was a very tough angle to try and play for, though. Obviously he's doing it that way because he knew he would get pos on the 8. So riskier pot, but to make sure of the position. No, Brent, don't play that.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was looking at there. He's got the
Yeah,
perfect angle to get out his pocket
exactly.
ball.
Thankfully he's seen it to our way. Maybe you're just having a look at it first before he played what we saw as the correct shot.
I'm not sure if that's perfect either. Is
I'd
Gold far enough to
say
play the yellow down the rail, or is he going to go to the middle pocket first?
I reckon he'll go middle and then that
I think the one
ball
on the
near the
right
rail.
of theirs, yeah. You just want to avoid having to go end to end on your last two shots. You want to always be keeping the distance as close as possible.
He's hit this beautifully. Is he going to get position on something?
Hit it. And again, still battling for the pace of the table. We can see it there. He's run a nice line, but just hit it a little bit
He
hot
can-
and it's made this a little bit trickier than it needs to be,
He's
really.
okay. I think he's okay. I know it's not ideal, but the fact that he can kind of kill this white ball off the yellow that's next to him, he can kind of just hit it in slowly and still be roughly there.
Might screw off this a bit, try and play two rails.
A bit like this. Oh, he's done really well there. That's actually very well controlled. So you see somebody attempting to make a parallel park next to us as well, and
They are making a hard work of this parallel parking. It's very distracting.
No, I reckon you'd need to try that again.
Oh, nicely done,
As
Brent.
I say that, he's given up. Gonna try the next swap. I don't know what the hell's happened in the background.
Brent Wells is working
There
the
you
crowd.
go.
He's back in it.
Oh no, he must have said to the crowd, get me out before this black. So 4 frames to 7 now. Brent Wells with the last 2.
So Brent using some of Adam's tactics against him there. We saw that last year when Adam was looking for a comeback, that he started really utilising the crowd and amping them up and making some noise, and the lift that gives you as a player is massive. And so, yep, good use of the same ploy there by Brent. Chance to get a frame back on the board, get some noise, get himself pumped up and get Adam sitting back down.
They become that positive voice in your head, don't they, to tell you, yes you can do this, yes you can do this, whereas when the crowd's against you, then it's almost a voice of doubt, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But I think it's really cool. Like it's one of the other things we're really trying to do here is getting a good crowd, because just the whole other sort of element and atmosphere it adds to the room and for these players is just something else that they just never get the chance to deal with, and you can hear them screaming at the moment. So it must be an awesome time for the players to play in that situation.
Nessa Proctor, you'll be a hell of a lot happier than you were 2 frames ago.
So again, like we talked about, I think Brent's done a good job of taking the momentum away from Adam a little bit, just by slowing things down. And I think it was a good time for Brent just to have a slower frame, and we talked about how we took a more cautious option rather than trying to force the issue, and I think it's paid off.
Definitely. Well, Adam kind of stuffed himself up, yes, but I think that extra bit of pressure that Brent put on him was a contributing factor, so to speak. So using the free shot very well there, because he's made that yellow more on than it was. It was on, but it was very difficult to get to.
And it's been quite cool to see this year as well, John, is how the players have sort of developed, especially the guys who played last year, in terms of their understanding and use of the rules in the free shot. Obviously, when we run this competition here last year, it was the first time ever in New Zealand that we played black ball rules. So there's definitely a few cases of guys perhaps not quite knowing the best option or way to utilise that free shot. But we're seeing more and more cases this year of the guys that are sort of learning and adapting and playing smarter.
Well, Brent Wells is an excellent example of that, because he came in last year and he didn't really know the rules that well, and it showed. But this time he is using the rules a lot more to his advantage, and you see him with a lot of free shots. He's looking to promote things or make things difficult rather than going for a pot. So he knows what needs to be done in order for the game to be easier for him, and that's a great pot down the rail too. But if players are actually getting more used to the black ball rules, then it's making for greater games, because when players don't know the rules, then you sit there in the commentary booth and you wonder what the hell they're doing, but you actually know what the hell they're doing this time around.
Actually, I was just a little bit interested in that first shot Adam had there, where I think he had the free hit and pushed Brent's red over towards the corner, and obviously tying up one of Brent's reds, but it's also just made that last yellow that Adam's got over the corner a difficult one to get on now. So I'm just going to be quite curious to see how he goes about getting into position on that yellow that's inside the black and setting himself up for the black.
I reckon he'll try and promote this one near the rail. No, he won't, okay. It's KISS principle, isn't it?
I mean, he might just try and draw back off this and screw back into those reds, try and hit the gap between them.
The angle's there for it. Maybe there's a window there.
Has he got the gap
I
between
think he's
those
got a gap
reds?
here.
On this table, that is a beautiful shot if he's got that gap, although he's
Looking
hard
at it
over
hard,
it.
isn't he?
I think the red's just covering it. I think
Eyeing
he
it
might
up.
just hit the black.
He's eyeing it up suspiciously, like...
Rail first.
Yeah,
He'll slide a lot more off these rails if he can play it really slow with a lot of slide, really drag it. Oh,
no
just
contact.
missed it.
No foul snooker in these rules, but you do get a free shot. So
Yeah, so Brent's got the opportunity. He could pot that yellow if he wants. He could. They say he can do anything he wants except sink the black, really. So lots of options for Brent, but a lot to work out as well. He's got a horrible bunch of reds up on the top right as we see. So
I reckon pot the yellow. I reckon you pot the yellow and then. Well, he's kind of gone for broke there, hasn't he?
I think he wanted to leave those reds there covering that black. I would have been trying to pot that yellow, not disturb those reds, and then get the white up the other end, opening those 3 reds and trying not to leave Adam anything. But I guess he's got an easy safety here if he wants.
He's got reds to hide behind, and he can promote this one and hide behind the other 2.
That's a good one.
Like
He's
that,
got that right in there.
Well, he's put him right in jail there,
And
too,
so,
hasn't he?
interesting point right here. A lot of people might not know this about the black ball rules, but you can't play a deliberate foul. So some of the guys who are used to playing Super League rules here, the World 2-shot rules, you could play a deliberate foul here to leave Brent a difficult position, but Adam has to make an honest attempt at the black. So it's just where these rules differ slightly. And how's
Come
this?
on then!
Oh, that was very close on a great line.
I reckon that would have been a grandstand shot if he'd made it.
Oh man, that crowd would have gone nuts if that one had gone in, but unfortunately it hasn't.
Ball in hand.
Brent's got the free shot, so obviously with the free shot you can keep the white where it is, or you can go anywhere behind the line. So not anywhere on the table, but Brent's going down here, and he's got that slightly wrong. I reckon he wanted to kick them both out there.
Oh, he's got it really wrong.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I just thought he played that a little bit too quick, John. It was. And while it looks like an easy shot, that was the key shot really. If he got that right, they were all there. But again, we'll see here. He's still in a great position to keep things tight. So
play another snooker.
If he plays another snooker.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be going and hiding again.
Yep.
You're right though. He could have done so much better with that, and for that second red to be closer to the pocket but still near a rail is a bit of a failing on his part. Adam's got
a to judge here with the slide off the cushion at a slow pace, so we'll see how he gets it. Oh, it looks not bad.
Yeah, he got a contact.
Not a bad lead though.
He at least got the contact, and Brent there showing his appreciation for that. It's going to be a bit harder to get a snooker here because the black's not close to that rail anymore. But there are still opportunities for Brent to snooker Adam on this if that's the route he wishes to take. Looks like he can hit this fairly full. Oh, that's not bad. This is on though.
And that's it. And against a lot of players, you'd feel like this is a good leave, but with the 8 guys in this room, I'd never be that comfortable leaving them this, because if you give them half a chance, they're,
Was
they
he
can take
looking at
it.
the double for just a split second?
Maybe.
Off
I think
the red near the middle.
Take the cut, wouldn't you, in this case?
Oh, definitely. And you've got an extension, use it. You heard the beep, you know there are more coming. You've got an extension, and Adam wisely choosing to use it.
Oh, he's come up and overcut it, but
you
great
reckon
chance for Brent now.
You reckon him leaving that on the rails still maybe
makes it
help
a
him?
little bit trickier, but to be honest, in that position, I mean, with where the red balls are, Brent, he shouldn't have any problems sinking that black. So the only tricky thing here is actually just that red that's just above the other one near the corner. He obviously has to clear that corner before he gets onto the other one, and just all the balls aren't quite in the best pattern for that.
That was a wee bit casual.
Yeah, and it's a bit similar to that safety one he got wrong just before. Just took us a while to work it out. It was just a little bit.
Come on now.
Playing it.
Oh, I love this. I love what he's doing here.
How is it?
This time, no, but he definitely gave it a ride.
Yeah, we're disappointed. He would have backed himself to maybe, if not pot it, at least get it inside that red. So he'd be a bit disappointed he's left that open there. And obviously, it's always tough coming off the rail first, but these guys are pretty sharp, and he would have backed himself to cover that pocket. So again,
That's
it's
why
all
I
about
love
that.
the shot so much.
All about that red on the left, isn't it? Here, just needs to get himself on that.
It was a positive shot, wasn't it? I think he's under hit this.
A little bit, but should still be there. Just got to watch.
No, he's fine. Actually,
too much.
that angle's actually helped me looking at it there. It's better than it looked from the other camera.
Tell you what, it's just this one here actually probably would have been like to be a little bit further off the rails so that he could leave there's a good chance he's going to be stuck with the white.
Well, he's
on the rail
naturally going
here.
to be on the rail, isn't he?
And again, he shouldn't have any issues with the black where it is, but you always try not to leave the white queuing off the rail on those critical shots.
Especially with a small white ball. Yeah, there's no problems there. None at all. So 5 frames to Brent Wells and 7 to Adam, so only 2 in it now. Bit of drum and bass now.
Yeah, we're hitting the full spectrum here, John.
So frame number 13, Adam to break, leading 7 frames to 5, although not too long ago, it seemed an age ago for him that he was leading 7-2.
And he got there in no time, and again, I know I've said this already, but I think Brent's shown his experience and done a fantastic job of just trying to slow a few frames down and just take a bit of the wind out of Adam's sails, and he's done a very good job of it. To be fair, he's probably limited Adam to slightly less clear-cut opportunities as well, and I think with a couple of frames where we've seen Brent sort of turn down a pot initially, and again just sort of forcing Adam to take on something difficult. Yep, very good tactics, very smart, and yep, he's got himself back into the match off the back of it. So clearly learning from last year's experience.
What are you doing, Adam? I'm just wondering what you're doing here. That he potted a yellow, played a red, potted a yellow. How is that not a foul?
I've missed something there.
He played the red first, but he potted a yellow, so
It was an open table, was it?
it was.
In which case he should be on the
Should be
yellows
on the
there.
yellows, and he's
Yeah.
just played a red. So I reckon he made a massive mistake there.
Yeah.
He's just had a wee brain fade. Brent's just said to him, "Hang on, I don't know about that." He's going to have word now to someone else just to get clarification. But if you play a red and pot a yellow to establish a set, then you've established yellows.
Yeah, and
That's what it is for me, anyway.
Unless it was a free shot. So if
It's
Adam,
not a free shot.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But so if in that situation Adam had a free shot, if effectively the first shot being the free shot, that will not establish the set. So essentially,
so-
whatever happens on that first one, it's like the next shot becomes your first shot that establishes the set. But yeah, I think he's just got the wires crossed a little bit there. So
He's established a set, but he's thought he'd established reds by contacting the red first, but in fact what he'd done was established yellows as the set.
yeah, interesting one there.
I think even Brent's got this wrong because he knows he's on reds, he's just potted the yellow as his free shot, so I thought maybe he might have gotten himself in the same situation, but
Yeah, a little bit of a confusing start to this frame for sure.
yeah, but Brent knows what he's doing now.
So I just wonder if perhaps Brent's little mini comeback and taking the momentum away from Adam has just rattled Adam a wee bit, because it's an uncharacteristic mistake, but a big miss from Brent there.
Speaking about rattling,
So Adam back to the table, but he's got a lot of work to do with that yellow that's right beside those reds there. So it's what it's all going to boil down to, is how can he develop that. Tell you what, that looks not bad, all just wide.
straightened up, didn't it?
And he'd actually done a good job there. He'd left himself in a position where he could have doubled that yellow I was talking about. He could have had a shot on that to the middle perhaps. So it was a good option first up, but unfortunately just missed it.
Kumar Balachandran shot.
Exactly, he'd be the man for that one.
Yeah, you call Kumar up and ask him to play that shot.
Which just gives us a slightly better view of the shot that Brent's got here. And I'm assuming that he can make the plant between those two reds on this side. I'm not sure if he's going for it now. I think he'll go across the table first and then be wanting to come back and play the.
He's too
plant on
close
this
to
side.
it to go for
Yeah.
it. It's just too awkward. That's better. Now you've got the chance.
Yeah,
You've got a ball over the pocket too, so you don't have to worry so much about your pause.
Just got to make sure he controls it though, because it looks like he might have to hit the first red quite full, in which case he might have to play a bit of a draw to hold for the red across the table. And as soon as he plays it hard, he'll be losing it. So yeah, I think he's been forced to go for that one first.
Well, it's still going to be the same shot, but at least he's got more control over where the cue ball's going.
Yeah, from this side, because if he played the plant from where he was, I think he ran the risk of losing the red. He would have been hitting first. And yeah, that's nicely judged
That's
from Brent.
wonderful control. Just needs to be careful of the yellow on the rail now with this cue ball. I think he'll be doing very well not to hit the yellow here, so the decision he's got to make here is he going to give up on trying to miss the yellow and instead incorporate that into the shot?
Well, I think the best
Or is he
thing
going to
here
try to miss it?
is just to not do too much. I think if you just run the white back to the centre of the table and leave yourself a cut, it doesn't matter if you pot the yellow as well as the black. So
Yeah.
I think that's the option.
That's
just give
the
yourself
thing.
a look and commit to the pot.
And again, these rules, you have to know that just to pot the black, don't worry about the yellow. Didn't even need to, he potted the black without the yellow, so 7-6 now, Brent Wells with the last 4 frames. I'll be back very soon, Mike. All of this is getting way too exciting for my bladder.
See you shortly, John. Bit of Fat Freddy's for you folks, supporting the New Zealand music. How's it going, Fran? Always good to see the guys working, the supporters, eh? Sorry guys, it was not our intention to leave you in silence for too long there, just lots of little bits and pieces and things we need to be doing. So yeah, Brent Wells again is just done fantastically to get himself back into this match, and I guess while Adam's been a form player in recent years and was playing very well and started the match very well, I think this is where the experience comes into it, and Brent has demonstrated that very well, and what first looked like Adam was just running away with this match is suddenly 6-7 and it's anybody's game. So yeah, well done to Brent to get back into this, and Adam might quietly be starting to look at the clock and wonder when the intermission's coming up, because that might play back into his hands now, just to give himself a chance to get some composure and get back into it.
We're still having fly problems.
Apparently it's, yeah, this was because the stable's over the road, so it seems to attract the flies in this area, unfortunately, so we just have to be vigilant with keeping doors and windows closed.
Smell the manure.
There's probably not much mileage left in this conversation topic. We should probably get back to the pool.
That's
Nothing manure about the
true
form these
point.
guys are playing on, and then Brent just goes and misses the pocket by that much.
You've done it again.
Yeah, the commentators
Maybe
curse
not.
strikes
Yeah,
again.
maybe that's not a good avenue to travel down.
It's the law of attraction, isn't it? If you think about something or talk about something, it tends to eventuate.
Generally it happens, whether you want it to or not. looking for this plant now. Didn't seem to mess around too much in terms of getting position on it.
Just going to be careful. It's just going to make sure he controls that red.
It's a wee bounce.
Pull up. Oh, he's overhit that a little bit. It's still on to one of the corners, but would have liked that to be a little bit lower. Fran's telling me to be quiet, but you know, if I'm quiet, then you're going to be watching in silence, Fran. So
no, you're not, because I'll be here.
Sorry, John will be here too. So I'll be quiet, and you can just listen to John then.
But then we wouldn't work so well as a team.
No, I'm sure Fran doesn't mean it. That's a great shot from Adam. Beautiful shot, and he's even got the angle to pot this and develop the other two reds. So while things were looking tight, and I thought he'd got the shot before that slightly wrong, one brilliant shot, and he's opened things right back up.
He was trying to develop the two reds on the previous shot, but he actually wound up fine where he was. This isn't quite as good as he would have liked, where the reds have ended up, but they're still both potable. He's going to have to do a few extra things here to get these, though.
Which one he goes first? It's probably just going to screw this back. It's all about the weight control here.
That was
and
just
he's overscrewed it as well, so yeah.
That was millimetres away from dropping.
It's the sort of shot that, again, these guys on the tables they play on regularly, that, you know, they'll be very confident judging distance control on their screw back, but just with these brand new balls on the slip cloth, that shot just becomes that much more difficult.
And with the pockets cut differently too. Pockets are tighter down the rails, and something that Simon was talking about is that the slate's a bit deeper, so the pockets do play tighter.
The cut of the pockets is actually exactly the same, so there's actually no difference in the positions of the rails, of the shapes of the rails themselves. It's literally just that basically where the ball drops off the slate into the pocket, it's slightly deeper in there. So basically the ball's just got to get a little bit further in before it drops, and yeah, it definitely makes the table play that much tighter.
So Brent there, I'm assuming taking his extension, since no foul's been called.
To be fair though, at the same time, John, though, when you've got brand new cloth on rails, it actually helps make
that
the
one there
a little bit more generous. So
that looked like it was pretty much married to the rail. It must have just been a couple of mil out, and that's why it missed. But it's a great advertisement for how tight they are down the rails.
Well, that's it, and it equally then reiterates when you do see these guys running out and making good shots, it just kind of shows you how difficult some of these shots are. And obviously it looks easy when these guys are in full flow, but you can see these pockets are tight, and you have to be bang on, or it's going to jaw.
Yeah, you even asked the question, didn't you, Simon? And I think Daryl gave you the answer too. No.
It looks like we might have some conflicting information bouncing around here then, but we'll check that out. So we've just got another question popped up on extensions per frame. You're correct, it is just one extension per frame. So
per player.
So yeah, the guys get one, and we've definitely seen a couple of cases in some longer frames earlier on where perhaps the guys using an extension early and then had some tough shots later in the match, and yeah, really ramps up the pressure then.
Oh, that's clever. And he gets the red to drop as well. I think he played that rail first, just before that.
So is he just going to promote this and play the safety?
Yeah. It didn't. Oh, he hasn't left it safe though. He's left him the
it's such a difficult shot to judge with the pace of the table, but he'll thin it, but I don't think he'll be able to do much with that. So yeah, difficult shot here for Adam now.
Yeah, it's like it's dangled the carrot just out of reach here, hasn't he? I think he has anyway. Yeah.
And kick at it.
Don Gourlay shot.
Oh, he's missed it completely. He was definitely playing to catch the outer edge of the black there, though, just to send the white up the opposite end of the table. And
yeah,
Adam could
wasn't
have
trying to pot it.
Yeah, he could have quite easily aimed to hit the black centre ball, but it would have left the white there and left Brent on. So Adam had to take a riskier option, so that if he got it right, he wasn't going to leave Brent an easy shot. Nice little angle there.
That was pretty much
fine.
That cue ball was pretty much on the rail, but he struck it so confidently. We have said before about how difficult it is to cue properly when the cue ball's on the rail, but Brent made a mockery of that. this to square us at 7. So 7's a wild here in this match.
All square, ladies and gentlemen. So what looked like Adam racing away with the match in the first half hour to 40 minutes is suddenly all square. So another massive battle on our hands, and the intermission isn't too far away. We might get another frame and maybe 2, depending how quickly it goes. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the second half of this match plays out.
Definitely reckon if Adam gets his claws into these, then there will be 2. But at the moment, he's been stymied slightly. He's done enough of that himself, but Brent Wells has to be given credit again for just slowing Adam down, because Adam had it all his way earlier on. He was playing at the pace he wanted to play at, but Brent Wells has dragged the pace back, and Adam not as comfortable playing at Brent's pace as he is playing at his own. That's a great answer though, that's a magnificent break. And he's got a certain shot on here, so it's just all to do with the choice that he makes as to which set that he wants. But he has taken yellows. I was wondering if that red being next to the middle pocket but not really on might influence his way of thinking, and it has done. Oh, that's not a great shot. Definitely the idea there. Flick the yellow off the red into the pocket, and then that opened the other one up and he was home and hosed, but that's the risk if you miss it. Other players in and with a chance, so that being said, that red is still not easy. He's managed to keep it tied up just enough to cause Brent to use his extension here. I don't believe the red goes past the yellow into that middle pocket, so he's going to have to come up with a different option here.
Just confirmed, guys, we are just going to take an intermission after this frame. So finally, boys, at the halfway mark, there's only going to be 1 frame in it. We'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with you for the second half of the match. But it's going to be interesting to see who can get this one, and it's only going to be a slim advantage, but psychologically, I think it's always better to have that break and come back slightly in front.
Oh, Adams played that beautifully for a first shot. It's a problem for Brent there. I know I'm maybe a little premature in saying this, but the problem with that safety shot that Brent played is that all Adam had to do was wait that nicely, and he was in a pretty good position himself, so now he's looking to turn that into a frame. That's one thing that Adam has done very well all game, is just wait those shots into the corner pockets. Those haven't been a problem for him all game. So one rail, he doesn't want this to be near the rail or straight. If he's just off angle here, Mike, I reckon he could run through into this rail.
You might just jack up and just get it a little bit
Jacked
or
up.
just come back a little bit. Oh yeah, just enough
Ah,
angle. He's
well
played that
played.
beautifully.
Thought for a moment there he was going to jack up and play a screw shot, but in fact he's jacked up to give himself more power into the cue ball. And just slides the black past the red, and come on. So 7-8 it is to Adam Lilly, and we will go to an intermission, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, folks. Don't go away.
He has downloaded the app.
Oh, yeah, come on.
255. Going once, going twice, redraw. I've actually got a choice of prizes, both will go. We've got this awesome hoodie. So if you, well that was the main prize tomorrow night. Now if you want to rob a bank, this hoodie's probably pretty good, but they'll probably go straight to on cue. So you can choose that or a $50 bar voucher. So what do we got? 289. Bye, guys. I don't need a check it. I'll trust the pool players' honesty. What? Are you kidding me? So we've probably got about 7 or 8 minutes to go and I'll be back on. Cheers guys, thanks for your support.
Go on, Daryl. Done in that high there. Daryl, any last word?
What size is that?
Medium.
Yeah.
Do we want it hard?
Baby.
I say that. Tomorrow night.
Large?
Start making
To the thousands in the venue and the millions watching around the world. We're crackling hot here. So let's get going again. A big hand for Lightning Lily and Bro Love. Let's go.
So we return back to the action after a short intermission. Adam Lilly currently leads 8 frames to 7. Well, at least I know that anyway. Yep, now everyone else knows. So there's a few funny comments that have gone in since we went to break. Some scrotal talk.
Be careful going in that direction. So who's this red bag who feels like they would be the man if they were here? Any ideas?
I think he's just stirring. Oh, gee, we want that to drop. First shot you get to establish a set after the intermission, and it just hangs like that, is quite heartbreaking, really. But Adam Lilly's now got a wonderful opportunity to quickly get back on the horse that he had to dismount from.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting to see how the intermission affects the match, because momentum plays a big part in pool, so it just gives both guys a chance to take a step back from the table and reassess. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes back out and gets on top early.
Question for me is, does that red next to the black actually go into the corner pocket? The corner pocket to the left of screen? I actually reckon it does.
I think it might just.
If you'd have to get pretty precise on it as far as your position goes, but I reckon that goes. So Adam will be looking, I'd say, to do it off this shot.
I think
off
it's on
this
enough
ball.
that a little bit of side will help flick it in, but he's gone too far. Is it still there?
I think it's still there.
Yeah.
I actually reckon he's ended up better than he wanted to.
If you play this with a lot of right-hand side, it's always going to turn the object ball slightly further to the left. So I'm interested to see if he can make that shot here.
So you're looking at that. Are you looking at the one that's next to the red? Because the red next to the white, because maybe that other one wasn't on.
He's given a good effort, but not quite enough. So hands the opportunity back to Brent here, who it's a wee bit tight, but he's got good balls in positions to develop things. So we'll see how he goes about this.
This plays to his game quite well, this sort of frame, because we all know that he can pot. Well, he wouldn't be here if he couldn't pot balls, but one other thing that he has done very well to help get himself back into that frame, into this game, is that he's just slowed the play down. He's done an extremely good job of stopping Adam from just playing his natural game.
He looked to play the snooker there, but he's just left out in this red, so I'm not sure I don't think he's got the angle to pot it, but he might be able to double this, and equally that white will then push through the yellow, so you have to watch out if he knocks the yellow into the red's path here potentially.
Just about floated, in fact.
But he hasn't made it, and it's all a lot more open for Brent now, so perhaps a good pot down the rail to get himself started, and he'll be in prime position to clear from there.
Just moving the shark rack. So yeah, he's got a number of balls that he could be playing here. He's got 1, 2, 3 yellows that he's got the choice of. It's looking like the furthest away from the camera. No, it's the one that was next to it. And now I just wonder if he plays this for the two reds at the other end of the table, the two yellows at the other end of the table.
You did right, John. It makes sense. Again, you want to get done down that end of the table so that then your penultimate shots are all nice and close together and much less room for error. Because as we've seen on this quick cloth, is when you've got to travel the white a decent distance, that's when judging your position gets the most difficult. So.
Yes, that was Meremai Francis. She's unmistakable.
Yeah, no, it's great to have it. The pool comps really adds to the atmosphere, eh, Fran?
Oh yeah, and you know she's there too. Big personality.
And very obvious that
do.
she's rooting for Adam.
Fortuitous, but that'll do for a jaw. But she loves her pool though, and that's the main thing. Doesn't matter who she supports or how loud she is, she loves the game, so she's always welcome. And look, these bloody bugs, man.
I have to do something about
Both
that
players
matches.
have been swatting them away. Zane Bernard is a Brent Wells fan, as many of us are, and the message is pretty clear there. Yeah, it's very well controlled. Just this to go to square us up at 8 to get us to 2 fat ladies. And down it goes, so 8 apiece it is. And by the way, Redbag, I'd be very careful with that comment because I know what's coming next. He's setting himself up, unless he's deliberately doing that. The obvious reply would be, well, there would be, for a shame. Yeah. Just hide it. Don't give them the satisfaction.
All square again, 8 all, and as we get closer and closer to the finish line, this match looks set to go right down to the wire.
Fighting insects with lightsabers, that's brilliant.
Great to watch.
Oh, true. I'd pay money to watch that.
Uh-oh.
Get away from there. I was about to mention how interesting it is that Brent actually, despite playing left-handed, actually, when he's using the rest, he cues it right-handed.
It's interesting, I do exactly the same thing myself, and there's actually a few guys out there, even in the pro scene. I think Judd Trump is probably one of the most prominent ones people would know who does a bit of that.
Cues right-handed when he's using the rest, and left-handed every other shot. Of course, there's Ronnie O'Sullivan, who can cue left and right-handed with seemingly with ease.
Oh, fantastic to see. We've got some supporters over the ditch in Aussie watching the stream and enjoying it. It's like COVID has affected the amount of pool competitions we're seeing globally. So it's one thing we talked about here is that hopefully we can pick up a few international viewers. So yeah, glad to hear there's some people further afield enjoying the pool.
Yeah, but it's also with COVID though. What has happened, and this is great, is to see the rise of the online pool tournaments. Catastrophes are good for something.
It's been a great development, but there's no doubt that you can't beat doing the real thing in the flesh. So it's fantastic that we're able to kind of, especially in New Zealand, we're lucky we don't quite have the same restrictions on gatherings, so we can get back into these events. And beautiful shot from Brent there.
Great,
beautifully judged. he's been really growing into this game, and he's starting to look more and more confident, and he seems to be getting the feel and the pace of the table much better too now. So again, just another great advertisement for these longer races.
And this is exactly what Steve Denton was saying in his predictions for this game. He predicted Adam to win this, but he did say that Brent Wells, whilst perhaps not being of the same ability to really take frames away as Adam has, he's got the mind strength, and at the moment he's using that very well, even though Adam's in full flow is almost unbeatable, but Brent's managed to stem the flow, so to speak, and what he's doing now is he's using that to his advantage. And
he's got that weight right. That is beautifully played. Top shot from Brent there.
And what he's done with that is he's able to get some confidence in his own game. He's been getting more opportunities off Adam, and he's been able to grow his game off the back of that.
A little bit tricky here to get a shot on the black. He's
off the yellow that's nearest the rail, I reckon.
Can you see enough of it to play that shot?
Oh, I think he can. He needs to hit it about half ball, roughly. See, that doesn't help, but that angle helps, yeah, but it doesn't.
If you can hit this as full as possible,
make
and
the
load
shot
it up
look
bottom
on.
right, it might flip the black a little bit to the left, but
yeah, I don't know whether that was on or not, or whether he was actually trying a different shot. Yes, that is correct, Nessa. Yeah, as you can see, bottom right of your screen, the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge in Sockburn, Christchurch is where this is at.
yeah, just a fantastic venue as well. They've really gotten behind this event. When we first looked at setting it up a couple of years ago, we were exploring a couple of options of different places we can host this, and what we loved about the guys here is, especially Kiwi who runs the joint, just a big pool fan, and it's just given us a lot of freedom to kind of really take over the place and set it up how we want and do everything. So you couldn't ask much more from a venue and a host, and they've supported us well and helped us tee up sponsors on board. So we can't speak highly enough of them. They've been fantastic. So yeah, if you're ever in the area, get down and give them some love.
That was not a million miles away from pot. He did hit the 8 off the rail, but it's still a foul because he potted the yellow. That is not loss of frame, by the way, folks. If you're on the black and you pot your opponent's ball, it is not loss of frame. It's just, that's messy, but it's just a free shot and then a table visit for the next player, just like it is with every other foul.
It's a bit loose though, and I think especially at the start of the match, we looked very focused and switched on. There's been a couple of shots creep in that, just looked a little bit loose.
It's basically an invitational Umolka boy. Generally, you have to be one of the best curists in New Zealand anyway to enter, but it is, I believe, on an invitational basis. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, John. So obviously we've got the 5 of us who, make up New Zealand Pool Promotions and organise this, and it's something we spend a lot of time discussing, because there's a lot of guys who would be of the calibre to play, and just getting the right 8 who. Obviously, they have to be one of the best players in the country. They have to be capable of winning this on their day. But yes, we like to consider a few other factors as well. Guys who bring in a bit of support and who are, really into sort of promoting the sport and developing the event. And the guys have been fantastic.
And Adam Lilly now with the clearance after Brent couldn't do so. So he takes the lead back 9 frames to 8. Oh, you've spoiled it. Putting onions in it, how dare you.
It's all in there.
You're bang on, Simon, by the way. Sai Singy, that's Simon Singleton. Yeah, it's been excellent. You were part of it before and you will be part of it later on when you play against Des, and we just know how good that game's going to be, and we can't wait.
No pressure there, Simon. Don't disappoint us.
Once again, your sponsors have been fantastic, so please, if you have an opportunity to use these guys and girls, please do so. Anytime Fitness Rangiora, need more firewood, Shaw Q's, that is Adam Shaw, that's dude sitting right behind us who was victorious in our first match today. Stellar Recruitment, so that's Alex Stones, who's part of New Zealand Pole Promotions. And the dude sitting right next to me, Michael Hayes, Q Sports Coaching, doesn't just play, but he also coaches and is a big part of this game, especially here in Canterbury. So if you want your game ironed out, go see him. No, Omoka Boy, Matt Edwards is not playing in this event. John? I think you've got the wrong person there, Simon. Anyway, frame number 18 and Brent with the break, and it looks like it's appeared dry, so Adam Lilly immediately to the table here. First shot immediately trying to promote that yellow that was near the rail and just missing it, but
You got the angle to play this one to the middle and drive through and have another crack at it, or it might be a bit difficult when he's pitching over those other two as well?
I'd try and get on it. I actually think it's on down the rail past the red.
Well, if it's on, then yeah, definitely. And
Yeah.
that's what we said, just for getting posi and taking it on. These guys are all good enough to pot anything, so there's no need to force the envelope and try and develop things that don't need developing.
Yeah, well, it's that KISS principle again, isn't it? And most of the players have been very good at obeying that, not trying to extend themselves too far with shots. Obviously, you've seen some excellent shots being played, but they've been shots where the player has been well in control of what's happened throughout the shot. So we haven't seen a lot of sort of shots played on hunches, so to speak.
Yeah, and to be honest, I often think that's a sign of some of the best players, and obviously as a spectator and a fan you love to see the big shots, but you know, the best players, you know, they play the position and read the table so well that they actually just give themselves a whole bunch of easy shots and don't really have to play the big blockbuster shots unless they're really stuck, so yeah, it's often a factor.
So Adam here setting himself up for a straight shot on that last yellow that you can see next to the bulk line.
To be wary of the middle pocket. Yeah, he hasn't pushed it too close. Again, keeping it simple, you can. Again, there's always the temptation there to stun that a little bit more and try and force the white a bit closer to the yellow, but it brings the risk of putting the black or the middle pocket into play. Then yeah.
Well, it's like cricket, isn't it? You try to bowl as fast as you can, but he's actually overhit this. Look at this screw back.
And again, that's the only risk with.
Yeah, when you're queuing so well, isn't it? That's where you were going with that, was it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, just again with this cloth, I think when you're playing those long shots and having to screw them, you only have to get into it slightly too much and the ball can just take off. So, yeah.
Is he playing for the cannon off the red here?
I think you've got to.
He's going to ask, first of all, for that rack to be removed because that will most definitely affect the shot.
The only thing I might have to be a little bit wary of is playing off the red, is that the red could track towards the middle, but the benefit in these rules is that if the black and the red both go, it's fine, but if the red goes and the black doesn't, then it's become a foul.
He's actually shifted the black ever so slightly. Did you see that? He wasn't trying to. He wasn't trying to. He was just trying to put the chalk where the black was, or to mark it, but he's actually moved it very slightly, which means that Adam's going to have to look at this shot again.
So he's gone for the double.
No, he didn't. He was trying for the cannon, but he didn't hit the red. It needed to be a reasonably thinnish contact on the red
I'm not sure,
to
but
spread the black. I don't think he was trying to double that at all. Greg enjoying some much needed nourishment right next to us. Oh, great shot. Adam taps the table to appreciate that.
again, probably just another example showing how Brent's sort of really picked up the pace of the table a lot better now. It was something we commented several times early on when Adam was running away with it, that Brent just had quite a few shots where he was overrunning and getting out of pace, but again, that's why we have a long race.
Oh, no contact on the 8, so foul shot, free shot. What a great chance this is to get those two reds away from each other.
Just a question there about the opponent removing the magic rack and the referees. To be honest, we decide to try and keep the referees out of it as much as possible and kind of put the onus on the players to look after it as much as possible. So only in cases where it's simple, we just feel like the game gets better flow. But obviously, as soon as there's anything that's remotely a wee bit tricky, we've got guys on standby who can step in and ref. So no, it's just what we've decided to do for this tournament. We don't have an official ref, but we've got guys in position to step in and do the job where required. But for the most part, we just want the two players in the arena and do the big show, and that's what it's all about.
More jail here from Brent. So Adam again having to get out of a snooker, and this is again what we were talking about with slowing the pace of the play down. It's going to come off 2 rails, maybe 3 here. Oh, what an effort that was!
Yeah, it would have been some shot. He's got a good piece of it, but unfortunately hasn't dropped it. So
even so, that's brilliant. Yeah. It's also a shot across the bows too, isn't it? Playing that sort of shot, because it says that he wasn't afraid of having a go for the biscuit off a snooker.
So maybe just listen to me talking a couple of minutes ago when I was saying these guys do a good job of keeping it simple and not having to play the big shots, because he's pretty much put one out there.
He had to play the big shot though.
Yeah,
that was the difference, is that he was forced to play the big shot, and he
very
very nearly made it.
Definitely the sign of the classiest players is that, you know, they don't always have to go for them, but when they do, they've got them in their arsenal.
More cagey stuff here. So that's the 3rd one in a row. Now this is not going to be an easy one to escape from either, because you can go off a couple of rails, but you're not as likely to pot this, and in fact Adam's got nowhere near that.
So it's definitely something to be wary of, and especially in rules where you are allowed to snooker, is that, you know, sometimes one of the worst things you can do is pot all 7 of your balls and not make the black, because you really hand the advantage to your opponent from there. It's very easy for them to snooker you, and it just gives them all the time in the world to kind of develop their balls into better positions. So definitely, I know Adam, you know, he's at his best when he's potting balls and running out racks, but that can just be the one drawback, is that if you're not quite 100% and don't quite finish it, it definitely plays into your opponent's hands.
And that's where you've got to think about whether it's worth potting all of your balls and then the black, because on occasion, especially if you give yourself hard shots later on, maybe it might be worth putting a safety in, because then you can get to the table and you're more sure of a finish next time. And you know, if you're kind of stretching for it and you miss it,
you're better off missing at a point where you've still got a few balls on the table, you know, obstacles for your opponent, options for you to come back. Again, yeah, Brent's really got the pace of this table now. He's left that bang on.
Excellent use of the side. And this goes down, so we're back to evens. It's 9-all. Bit of drum and bass for you folks.
Salmonella dub.
Oh, good old Kiwi drum and bass. What's happened to those guys? I don't think we've heard much from them recently. Used to be massive in the 2000s, I know that. The 2000s they made lots of songs and not so much now.
Did right.
So now you can again hear the crowd starting to get behind Brent Wells. Obviously Adam's always going to have a lot of support being from Christchurch, or at least now that he makes that his home, but
Big break, lots of balls down.
3 off the break, and the yellow didn't get driven from the table. It went into the pocket and then got knocked out of the pocket mechanism, so it's not a foul of any sort.
Yeah, nice first shot.
Yeah, that's lovely. He's made that yellow nice and on now. He's the wrong side of it, but he's still queuing well enough that that shouldn't be a problem.
Good natural angle with left to come back towards the centre of the table.
Careful.
A little bit much bottom into that, I think.
Yeah, he might be just stretching a bit for his queuing. Maybe just trying to queue everything too hard, or...
The important thing here is he just wants a bit of angle on that ball to the middle to develop the next red, but...
No.
Got to make the pot first.
Yeah, that was something we weren't seeing earlier on, so definitely the pressure's starting to get to him.
Oh, exactly. And like I say, the crowd's starting to ramp up. We saw it in the first match this morning as well, is that when we started getting close to the finish line, and you know, the pressure ramps up, the crowd start making a lot more noise, it just starts getting tougher and tougher out there. So again, I take my hat off to these guys because it's a tough environment to try and perform in, but all doing a fantastic job so far.
And the thing for Adam here is that he did have opportunities. He's had opportunities to finish frames before, and he was taking them and running them out. But what is worrying is the fact that he's got the same opportunities, or pretty close to the same opportunities, and he's not doing it anymore. So his game's definitely been changed by the way that Brent's playing, and Brent himself on this occasion looks like he's definitely going for a finish. There is still latitude for a safety for him, but I don't think he'll be looking at it unless he gets himself in trouble.
A little bit tricky. It looks like that red on the yellow probably does go to the middle, but as soon as he takes that, it might be hard to leave on these two that are a wee bit covered by the black, so it probably makes sense to get one of these in the open out now and clear a bit more space. Yeah, beautiful little touch. So exactly what it needed, just to open things up.
Black's no longer an issue. It's still going to be the red next to the yellow, isn't it? Maybe if you put a little bit of left on this, that you can kick it in.
Is it good enough?
Just got to pass the black.
Shorts.
I think he's snookered there.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. There's your angle.
Just a fraction off, and again, it just shows the challenge of playing on such a quick surface, is that it just makes judging those sort of shots that much trickier. Oh, look
He's
at
got
this.
a good piece of that, and that was very, very close.
So it looks like Adam's probably got just enough angle on this one now. He should be able to play that to the middle and screw that just back into that red to pop the yellow out, and should leave himself one of the two yellows. So key shot here, if he gets this one right, he's got a great chance to finish.
He's hit it very well, and the yellow is still away enough from the red, far enough that he doesn't have to get special position on it. He just needs to roll this in and make sure the white ball stays away from the 8 and the red.
I think he can just keep Q-tip high and just focus on the pot here.
And drops it.
Get off the black. At least for a right-hander, he should be able to reach that one still just. I think if it was Brent,
Yeah, he'd have to
shot for
use.
a lefty, he'd have to use the bridge.
He'd have to use the bridge jigger, wouldn't he? Double kiss off the rail
Cheeky
too.
little double
Yeah,
kiss.
that's
Nice.
I just wonder whether that was intentional or not, whether he knew he was going to do that.
Looked good either way. So test the queuing. Ooh.
Is he going to get lucky?
Oh, wow.
Yes, he is!
Wow.
Down goes the head, but up goes the score. Again. Saying how tight these jaws are, that actually wasn't that close to the pocket, but
I don't know if we haven't
just
seen
the
too many-
rebound. The rebound took it close enough to go down the rail and go into the other pocket.
I don't know if we haven't seen too many big fluke swinging matches like that so far today, have we?
No, I don't think that's the only one we've seen that I can remember. And on the black, when it's 9-all, how much is that going to affect the final outcome?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's just, sometimes when it comes off for you, it just gives you that feeling like maybe it might be your day and maybe the rubs are going to go for your way at the key time. So while he hung his head there, and you never want to sink the black and take your frame like that, I'm sure inside his head he'll be wondering if, maybe it's a sign that it's meant to be.
The important thing for Adam now is I reckon, is to ignore it, because if you're still thinking about it when you play your next shot, then you're not focusing on the actual shot you're playing.
Well, I remember in the past I used to almost feel a bit guilty when I got a good rub like that, and it would often cause me to perhaps miss the next shot. But I think a good way to think about it that really helped me move past that was, I think it's good when you get that good luck just to remember all the times you got bad luck that cost you frames. And when you think about that, you think, all right, well, yeah, I've had enough bad rubs that might have cost me, so I've got to just make the most of it and capitalise when I do get the rub that does go my way.
In certain games it is red bag. If you pot it in a pocket other than the one that you were going for, you actually lose the match. Not in this particular game,
the
though.
majority of the rules we play on a 7-foot table, there's never really any pocket nominating required, so it's just part of the game, and yeah, it is what it is.
Well, this is not a cool pocket game, so you can do whatever you want. I think that red next to the yellow is on, Mike.
I think so. It'll probably be one of those ones, yeah, maybe a little bit simultaneous, but again, the small white just gets in that little bit further, so you'll pot that one, no problems. Just needs to, if he can, just see if he can give this other red that's covered by the yellow a little bit of a flick, or maybe contact the yellow enough to move the yellow out the way of that red, so yeah, it's a bit
Just
of
like
both.
this.
So,
He's hit it hard enough now that the red looks like it goes past the yellow into the opposite corner pocket.
yeah, so I wonder
You
if
reckon
that
that's the pot there? I think that red,
might be, yeah.
the yellow might be in the way of that corner pocket bottom right.
I definitely think it is. So it's more just if he plays this one to, up the tables we're looking at. We just need to be aware if that white's going to potentially run into the yellow and kill it on the bottom of the rail. So yeah, I'm interested to see what option he takes here.
You see those views being so different on the camera, how the shot doesn't look on from that camera angle, but it definitely is there. Whoops. It's dropping the water bottle. He's going to hit this yellow, is he? Or is he going to look to miss it? No, he's hit it.
So if that red passes the yellow to the corner, he's in prime position. Looks like it's tight though. Might be one that goes pocket weight and it's either in or over. Oh, all day. Just slightly the wrong side of straight on this rear. He probably would have rather have been straight or just the other side. So eventually, see, he's probably just going to run through, up and down.
Let's go up table, back.
Get there, is it good enough? Yeah, she just keeps rolling. A little bit wide. I don't think we want to be that close to the rail, but still very sinkable.
Duck boy. What's the score? Oh, there you go. 10-all now. With that black going down, we are squared again, and we now have a virtual race to 3. Go on! I don't understand this, so little bit, unless you can't see it on your monitor. One thing I should mention, by the way, just while I've been reminded of it, is the man next to us, Greg Crowdis, recently won the South Island 10 Ball Championships, so congratulations that man.
Sounds like Greg's got some prize money burning a hole in his pocket and he'd like to shout us some drinks. Greg has spent it, it is
So
gone.
it's gone, yeah. It's blurred on your screen.
We will be required to shout Greg the drinks now.
Try it, Cherie, try having it up in 720p. So try adjusting the resolution on your screen if you can. You're probably running at a low resolution. That's another excellent break by Adam. And the cue balls played nice for him too, so... What do you reckon here, Mike, for an opening ball? You think the yellows?
Oh, 100%. I think those two reds that are, parked on the rail are probably the main deterrent for the reds. So obviously he's got one tricky yellow on the right-hand side of the table, but anytime I've got a problem ball like that, the first thing I'm looking for is there anything that's, a natural pot that will split it? And with the yellow position where the, the bottom right of the table, as we look at it, if you finish high on that, you've got a pretty natural angle to run up into that red and yellow and develop them. So.
Well, it's naturally a bigger pocket with that yellow being near the hole too, so I think Adam will be using this to get position for the yellow down the rail, knowing that he's got a fairly large pocket to play into.
You did right, and I was actually more thinking he'd cut the other one and just try and chip that one over a little bit. I think you did right. It makes a lot more sense to go about it this way. The only thing you've got to watch is that you don't clip that other yellow too far away from the corner pocket. But oh, he's played it beautifully. Nice shot from Adam.
He played it through to make sure that he got position on the yellow that wasn't near the pocket either, so he gave himself each way shot in case he didn't quite get what he wanted. So here we go to get within 2 frames. Down she goes. No issues with that at all, so Adam Lilly takes the lead once again, 11-10. Doing all sorts of rubbish and So the 22nd frame is just about to be played. Brent Wells is to break, trailing 10 frames to 11. And nothing off the break, so Adam very quickly to the table here, and looks like the Reds on this occasion are going to be the set.
Yeah, wide open, great chance here. And again, it's a critical point in the match now with only a couple of frames to go to the finish line. Every frame now is massive, so hopefully Adam just takes a little bit more time. There's been a couple of frames in the second half of this match where he's gotten a little bit quick, so he just needs to really capitalise on this.
This shot here, I reckon, is the most important one, because what sort of position he gets on these reds determines which way he goes. But with that red that's down table, you want to get to that quite soon,
I think that
because of where the black is.
The most important thing here, John, as well, is just to know how you're going to get on the black, because the other four reds, they're all on, so the black is covered by the two yellows to the top corners, so you really need to know where do you want to play the black and which red do you want to use to get on it, and then build the rest of your finish around that.
So it looks like it's going to be the red that's closest to the cue ball is going to be the last one. It's just whether he rolls it to the corner or the middle.
Wiped its feet, but still all good.
Yeah, it took its time deciding what it wanted to do, but for Adam, thankfully it decided it would rather have a home.
He needs to get back quite sharp on this, because he needs to get straight, or left of straight really. He wants probably the white to be pulling this last red and then travelling towards the yellows, and yeah, that's a great angle. So I think he'll just try and rest on that yellow and leave the black to the middle.
He's definitely given himself that chance, hasn't he? And if he goes wide and hits the yellow immediately behind the black, I reckon he should be okay as well.
Oh, beautifully
but that's
judged.
a beautiful
Wonderful
shot. That's one of the best shots we've seen today. And no doubt he's going to ask for that rack to be removed. It needs to.
Very sensible. We saw that shot earlier where he played over one anyway, and it caused the shot to veer off, so he's learnt his lesson.
Also gives him a little bit longer to look at the shot too, even though you'd imagine he wouldn't need it. But sometimes there's these precious situations, you do have to give yourself the extra second just to calm yourself down. Oh, that definitely wiped its feet on the way in, but hello, he's on the hill. Wonderful song that. I think Jordan Maihi had as much a hand in that as Mike did, because he was talking about having that song being played before. That was still DRE by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. So Adam now on the hill, and this break will tell you. Except I don't think it's his break, it's actually Brent's. It's just, I think, making sure that his cueing was straight off the rail. I think Brent just having a quick pit stop before he gets back into the match. Jeez, he didn't half hit that. That's a magnificent break.
Yeah, Adam looks like the wind's back in the sails at the moment. Just he's sort of picked his form up again right at the right time. He obviously started this match strong and, you know, maybe just dropped off slightly through the middle, but still been solid. But, you know, from 10-all, he's looked very sharp. So I think he'll be dead keen to capitalise on this opportunity here and put the match to bed. Because I tell you what, every frame Brent picks back will just start putting the pressure on more and more and more. But yeah, great chance here.
Tell you what, he's walking tall and striding like a giant at the moment. There's one thing you can tell about a player and how they're feeling by how they walk around the table. If they just kind of trudge around the table and with their cue sliding on the ground, then that
Nice sweet touch there.
generally
Just to
means that
develop
they're not
yellow.
feeling very confident. But if they're walking with their cue tightly in their hand and they're walking with their chest up and their head up, then they're feeling pretty good.
Key shot here, controlling the second yellow. Where is it?
Off
Perfect.
to- Might be a bit of luck there, but hey, he cued it well enough to get that luck.
Looks pretty good. He can go to the far corner down the bottom end of the table, take the yellow to the middle next, and then he's got the yellow right next to the black to finish.
You'd think he'd be playing this in a clockwise direction, wouldn't he? From that view that we've got now.
Just needs to keep his composure.
Needs to not spread this so much.
Yeah, good.
Whether he's actually going to play through with top on it,
Good
or
job there. He was down a bit quick. And was
whether
like,
he's
no,
going to
just
play
stand
it
up,
off
take
the
a bit more
bottom,
time.
whether he's going to play it off the top rail. Yeah, top rail it is.
Beautiful.
And that'll do just nicely. Straight, but should still be fine. One
Aussie over
rail, this
Slow
is
down.
going to end up just right. So this for the win. Down it goes. So Adam Lilly, the victor over Brent Wells, 13 frames to 10. And doesn't he just
Fantastic
love it?
match, ladies and gentlemen. Just another great spectacle for these long races, the Blackpool rules, and what an arena and conditions to play in with this crowd. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thanks for tuning in, guys, and stay tuned. We've got plenty more action on the way.
Well, guys, what do you reckon about that match? Look, brother love, came a long way for this, mate, and great comeback from 5-1 down, played some awesome pool. There's nothing in these matches. Put your hands together for brother love. And in the middle stages there, she was looking anyone's game. So put your hands together for Lightning Lily! We're just going to do an after-match interview with the players, but look, wish you all the best, Adam, as you go further. Brother Love, I'm sure you'll be floating around.
Oh, what a game that was. Another absolute classic. Brent, unfortunately, does have to be a loser. He came here this year looking for a bit of redemption after last year. He didn't quite get it, but where do you think that match was lost for you?
I think at the start I sort of made a couple of mistakes, and against Adam you can't do that, and he punished me like he does, and all of a sudden I think it was 7-2 behind. But you know, I sort of never. My entourage were here, my queen was here, cheering me on. So I thought, well, I've just got to keep going, just for them, if not for me. I got back into the match. I think it turned a little bit around when Adam fluked the black. But having said that, he cleared the last 3 frames, so well done to him. I mean, I got to take my hat off to him for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you feel like you got to grips with the tables a couple of times? The cue ball just kind of runs a little bit further than you'd expect on a normal table.
Absolutely. I sort of thought I was in the groove at the start, but the ball did run away from me a little bit. I've been practicing quite hard at my city club back at Palmerston North, and but you know, this table was so much different. But you know, I had so much support behind me. As I said, my entourage, my queen, city club behind me. Yeah, I had no excuses tonight, and the better player won. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Brett. And Adam, I think after last year's semi-final against Des, we've got another absolute classic. So yeah, well done. What are your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, hats off to Brent. He was a totally different animal this year. I think his ability with the small whites improved heaps since last year. I knew it was always going to be a tough match. Brent's like one of the best in the country at the moment. He's so dominant, wins just about everything every week, and I knew he'd be coming here to give me a game today. I felt I played well at the start of the match, but like Steve said to me, I was going to hit a flat patch eventually. Didn't really want it to be like 6 or 7 frames in a row, but it just happened, and yeah, backwards and forwards until 10-0, but I felt like I did myself a bit of credit at the end there, and managed to show what I can do when I'm on. So yeah.
Yeah, because I think you were 5-1 up, and then just sort of, did you just have a bit of loss of concentration? You just kind of lost a bit of momentum, and obviously Brent just took full advantage at that stage.
Yeah, no, he played really solid like the whole match really, and that comeback, like he was playing far better than me at that stage. So yeah, it still has to be done. Like the opponent can step off the gear, yes, but you still got to pot the balls, you know, and get yourself back into it. So he did amazing to come back, and I think we put on a bit of a classic, and it's an honour to play Brent. Yeah,
absolutely. And how big a moment do you think was the fluked black at 9-0?
Yeah, it was pretty dirty. I mean, like you could see, I genuinely don't like doing that stuff. I cued the black like rubbish and cut across it completely. But I mean, it's one frame, you know. It was backwards and forwards the whole way from Brent's comeback, and it was just going to take something special to get over the line. I'm just glad that it kicked in at the end there.
And so you got Adam Shaw, your fellow Cantabrian, tomorrow morning. What are your thoughts on that match?
I'm just going to do what I've just done then, you know, just try and maintain playing well like the whole match, and try not to step off. You know, it's long races and it's easy to do, but I mean, you can't step off the boil for that amount of frames like I just did then. So Adam's going to be a great match. I'm going to have to play really well, but my head's so strong now. I'm a lot different to what I was last year, you know, skinnier, I'm healthier, and I feel so much better mentally.
Yeah, we've been watching your journey the last few months, going at the Christchurch Adventure Park and getting in shape. So physically and mentally, you're feeling as good as you've ever felt.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just hope to be curing well tomorrow, and it should all just yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. All right, thanks guys, and we'll be back shortly with Baden Jackson and Kerry Wirtz coming at about 5 o'clock.
What about some more random draws? Do you reckon we can get these done in less than 15 minutes? wants number 69. Well, he is from the North Island. Oh, just while we're on it, if anyone wants to see the book and the odds on the players, Stumpy up there, he's wearing some kind of English football top shirt from, I don't know, Stoke-on-Trent or something. Go and see him if you want to get some money on your favourite player. There's some great odds. Anyway, what number we got? 94, it's a low one. Team Garnet just said go down, go down. I tell you what, this man is going to get banned from this club. Well, actually, it's a pub. Can you do it again? Okay, we're getting lower. There's probably a few people of this age in here, certainly not me. 70! Okay, keep going. Oh my God, 233, didn't we just have that? I feel like I've just won 13-10. 35! I sold that to someone. Don't be ridiculous. I don't think you sold it. 61 is easy. No, keep going. Here we go. 6! How like that? Where is she? So 6 wins it. Where is she? We'll give you 1.5 minutes to run and get her. We'll give her that. Go, 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 go. Oh, okay. She's pulled the handicap card. We'll make it 3 minutes. Hey, get Chrissy Marsden to run and get her. She'll get there in 2 seconds. Have you got number 6? You'd want to bloody hear it. $50 voucher plus that. And JoJo says she's putting 50 on the bar because of the time she took. We'll be ready to go soon, guys. You're the most fantastic audience. Oh, those North Islanders want another draw. Alright, we'll do a draw, and the winner meets another person in the toilets. You say as long as it's me, you're in. Did you hear the one about the North Islander and the... Hey, look, guys, you're the most amazing pool audience I've ever seen in the 5 years I've been playing pool. Well, let's make that 50. Seriously, awesome support for the players. And I know how hard it is when these guys lose because it's straight knockout, but the support you give the players is superb. It's second to none. Give yourselves a hand. Thank you.
Hey guys, just very quickly letting you know that we're about to cut the stream, but we'll be coming back live with a new one in 20 minutes to half an hour, so just keep an eye out for that and we'll catch you then.
He's already got it. I might need an extra large shirt. I think I don't like